Anna Smith.
Here.
Sade Fashakun.
Here.
Nikosi Nelson. Trish Bodie.
Here.
Paul Gauthier.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez Delequia. Laura Marquez.
Here. It is 6:17 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. Sounds kind of weird. All right, it is my pleasure to welcome the students of Rover Place Elementary tonight to lead us in the pledges. Stand whenever y'all are ready.
Please stand and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank y'all so much for leading us in the pledge tonight. And now we are going to head to our Spotlight on Learning with River Place Elementary. Whenever you're ready, take it away.
Good evening, Madam President, trustees, and Dr. Clark. I am Stacy Steele, the proud principal of River Place Elementary. And we are excited here tonight to share with you all the incredible work that is happening on our campus. So at River Place, we believe that leadership, it's not a title, it's a mindset, and is something every single student can grow into. Over the past 2 years, our campus has been intentionally building what we call our Titan Excellence System. This serves as a culture driver everywhere and across our entire campus. Titan Excellence is rooted in pride. This is for positivity, respect, integrity, determination, and excellence. These are not just words on a wall. They are lived experiences in our classrooms, our hallways, and beyond. And we have aligned this system with the Leander ISD ethical principles and the graduate profile. And this ensures that our students are not only strong learners, but they are strong leaders of character. Each month, we focus on a specific leadership attribute and learning attribute to bring this vision to life. For example, this month, we are focusing on promise keeping and failing forward, helping students understand the importance of responsibility, resilience, and growth through challenges. What makes this group or this work truly powerful, it's our students. Our student leaders take ownership of these attributes through their committees, modeling expectations, encouraging their peers, and helping create a culture where everyone feels empowered to lead. Tonight, I'm proud to be joined by some of these student leaders. They will share how they are living out Titan Excellence and making a meaningful impact across our campus. First, we have Stella Lieberman representing our morning announcements.
Good evening, Leander ISD board members. My name is Stella Lieberman, and I am a 5th grade student at River Place Elementary School. This year, I've had the opportunity to serve as a morning announcements student leader in our library. Every morning during breakfast, our team of 5 needs to prepare for the day. We set up cameras, check sound and panels, and update our presentation slides with important events, the daily schedule, and even the joke of the day, ha ha. Each day, teachers select 2 students to present the announcements alongside our principal. Before we go live, we guide them through a quick practice, helping them feel confident and prepared. We also teach camera etiquette, like staying calm, keeping hands still, and focusing while we're live, so they can do their best on screen. Behind the scenes, our team makes sure everything runs smoothly. We close the library doors to prevent interruptions, manage the technology, and use tools like an iPad and control panels to support classrooms during the broadcast. Being part of this team has helped me grow as a leader. I've learned how to stay responsible, work as a team, and support others. But most importantly, I've learned how to help others believe in themselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stella. Now we have Nigel Williamson with our student leadership team, garden leaders, and safety patrol.
Good evening. My name is Nigel Williamson. I'm a fifth grader at River Place Elementary, and yes, I stay very busy. I'm a part of the student leadership team, guard committee, and safety. So basically, if there's something important going on campus, there's a good chance I'm there. I love being in the student leadership team because I can set example for younger students and my peers in the school. In the student leadership team, I teach kids how to be a leader. It involves doing the right thing and helping others even when no one's watching. In the garden committee, I've learned that plants are a lot like students. They need water, attention, and care, or things can get a little wild. In the garden committee, I've got the chance to visit classes each week and teach them how to water plants and put weeds in the garden. But the best part, the golden shovel. Each week we hide the golden shovel in the garden so next week we can have the next class find it. It's basically like a mini treasure hunt, but with gardening tools. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nigel. Next, we have Isla Apperson representing our Unified Ambassadors.
Good evening, Leander ISD school board members. My name is Isla Apperson, and I'm a fifth grade student at River Place Elementary. I'm a leader through our Unified Ambassadors program, and I'm also part of our student leadership team where I help in leading our time school-wide assembly. Being Unified Ambassadors involves helping our lit students play and interact with others. We go out to recesses with them and help them learn all sorts of games and rules on taking turns and how to play on using playground equipment safely. I think my master leadership role is important because it allows me the opportunity to see my lit friends for who they really are. And this has helped me go into a kinder, more empathetic leader. My experience with ambassadors has helped me understand other people's difficulties. This has made me more aware when my friends are struggling and has made me more patient and understanding of their needs. Because of all of this, I shall always be eternally grateful to River Place Elementary for giving me the opportunity to be in both these programs. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Isla. Now for Rafa Jinkiri sharing about our specials ambassadors.
Hello, my name is Rafa Jinkiri, and I'm in second grade at River Place Elementary. I get to be a leader at my school by being a part of the Specials Ambassadors program. We are a group of second graders who choose to help one day a week during recess. We go to different specials classes to help kindergarten students. As a library ambassador, I help kindergartners find books they enjoy. I also help them scan their books so they can keep them. If someone feels upset, I help them calm down and feel better. Being an ambassador makes me feel proud because I can help others and make our school a better place. I also feel like I'm becoming a better leader by helping younger students and being a kind role model. One thing I love about River Place Elementary is that I get to learn new things that help my brain grow. I also get to make friends, and that is very important to me.
Thank you, Rafa. Next up is Natalia Ardila, representing our new student ambassadors.
Good evening, Leander ISD. My name is Natalia Ardila, and I'm a 5th grade student at River Place Elementary. This year, I've had the opportunity to become a leader on our campus as a part of our new student ambassador program. Our school is to help our job is to help new students feel welcome and comfortable when they join our school. We give them a tour of the school and introduce them to important people they'll see every day, like our office staff, principals, and special teachers. We also make sure they have someone to sit with at lunch and play with at recess so they don't feel alone. Being a new student ambassador has helped me grow as a leader. I've learned how to talk to new people and be a better listener, and understand others who could have different experiences than me. River Place Elementary has made a huge, gigantic impact in my life. Our school teaches us to show pride, and the eye for integrity always reminds me to do the right thing, even when nobody is watching. It has helped me grow into a leader that others can look up to. I feel insanely lucky to be a part of River Place, and I am extremely grateful and thankful for all the opportunities it has given me to become the person I am today. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Now we have Ford Glazier with our Titan Time leaders.
Hello, my name is Ford Glazer, and I'm in 5th grade at River Place Elementary. I'm a member of our student leadership team and a part of our Titan Time committee. Titan Time is our once-a-month school-wide assembly where we celebrate students who have shown Titan excellence regarding our ethical principle and graduate profile focus of the month. As part of the Titan Time team, I get to help lead the assembly on stage. We meet before each one to plan what we are going to say. Sometimes we even meet on our own to make sure everything is ready and runs smoothly. My favorite part about Titan Time is that our whole school comes together and everyone is so excited, and it's a great way to start the day. When I first became a Titan Time leader, I was pretty nervous to be on stage in front of the whole school. But over time, my confidence has grown, and now I love being a part of a team that is shining brightly in front of the whole school. This experience has definitely been a big milestone for me at River Place, and I know I will always shine bright because of the opportunities the school has given me.
Thank you, Ford, and thank you, Titans, for sharing your voices and your leadership with us tonight. As you've heard, Titan Excellence is not just something we talk about at River Place, it is something we live out every single day. And what stands out most about these opportunities, it's not reserved just for a select few. Leadership at River Place is intentional, it is cultivated, and it is accessible. Through our Titan Excellence system, we are creating meaningful ways for students to practice that pride. We're incredibly proud of the growth and leadership we see across across our campus each day. But by aligning the work to the Leander ethical principles and graduate profile, we're not only preparing our students academically, but we're also equipping them with character, empathy, and resilience that they need to thrive beyond our classrooms. I hope tonight you were able to see what makes River Place so special. It's our students. They are capable, compassionate leaders who are already making a difference in our community. At River Place, we are not waiting for students to become future leaders. We are developing leaders right now. Thank you for time and your support and for celebrating the Titan excellence with us. And remember, Titans,
We share, we care, we show respect. It's the Titan way. Hooray! Go
thank you, everybody.
Titans.
Thank you so much, Titans, for being here and being brave and telling your story. This is like one of our favorite parts of the board meeting is just hearing all the great things that you're doing at your campus. So thank you. Board members, I will get it. Our favorite part, so y'all stay there. We're gonna take a picture with you. Parents, if you want, come up right there by Daniel so you can get in the front to get in a picture.
There we go. Stacy, step forward. There we go. All right. Chris, can I have you go that way a little bit? There we go. There we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Okay, parents, go for it.
Thank you so much, Titans, for joining us tonight. Board members, we have no citizens signed up to speak at tonight's meeting, so we're going to adjust the order of agenda items and start with closed session. It is 6:35 p.m. and the board will not go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Codes 551071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551074, personnel deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 5510821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personal identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551089, discussion of district-wide intruder detection audit report findings, and Texas Government Code 551074, deliberation and consideration employment of River Ridge Elementary School principal. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken during open session.
This evening, our high-level overview of special education and LISD will highlight student impact and system strengths, share key legislative updates, and outline how we are being proactive to prepare for what's ahead. So we will begin with our vision. And the vision for special programs centers on our learners and reflects what we want for every student in our system. As you look at this slide, you'll see examples across the continuum from even our youngest learner in top corner, 3 years old, being invited to participate in their ARD meetings, and also students in our vocational programs preparing for life beyond high school, to students in our Unified Champion Sports. Across every stage, our work is grounded in supporting student voice and choice, and we partner closely with our families, staff, and the community to recognize each student's strengths, preferences, interests, and needs, ensuring that they are prepared for meaningful, independent futures. With that foundation in mind, I will turn it over to Amy to walk us through our student trends.
Thanks, Paige. So if you look at this chart here, the numbers of students served in special education in Leander ISD continues to grow. We currently serve approximately 6,811 students, and compared to 3,832 just a decade ago. You'll also notice the distribution by primary disability, with notable increases in the areas such as specific learning disability, autism, and other health impairment. These trends reinforce the importance of continuing to strengthen our systems and supports. I want to note the 24-25 school year, we evaluated students who received dyslexia services with an individual full evaluation, and many of those students are now included in the specific learning disabilities section, so that's the growth in that area. Now, this is the most detailed publicly available information related to special education qualification. However, we do pay attention to some of the details in specific demographic groups. Specifically, we're partnering with CTE and our gifted and talented coordinators, which you'll hear about a little bit later. Building on that, I'm going to share more about our evaluation trends. Our initial evaluations this year, our evaluation teams have done an exceptional job with the leadership of Mary Beth Pinnell, our evaluation coordinator, leading the team. And while the 25-26 data is still in progress, we anticipate by the end of this year, it will be about 1,600 evaluations that are completed. That includes 73 referrals for the Texas Education Freedom account that are being processed by our teams. And as we continue to see this level of growth, recruitment and retention is critical in a shortage areas, particularly school psychologists, and that remains a key priority for our team. And so next I'm going to shift to our academic outcomes. A central focus of our work is ensuring students make meaningful academic progress toward their IEP goals in the least restrictive environment while preparing our students for successful transition in life post-graduation. As shown here, Leander ISD students receive special education services are exceeding in the state in both reading, language arts, and math when it comes to accelerated or expected progress on the STAR. These results reflect the strong instructional practices happening across our campuses. And again, this high-level view we do internally calculate it by demographic group to better understand our students' individual needs and help support teaching staff in their work. And with that, I'm going to transition back to Paige to share how students perform after exiting our services.
Okay, thank you, Amy. This slide highlights the year after students exit special education and their performance on STAR. This slide is for grades 3 through 8. STAR is an important measure that helps us understand how well students sustain their progress after they exit special education. And there are approximately 300 students in this data set. Here are the results on their state assessment. Overall, we see strong and stable outcomes, even as the number of students assessed increased a little bit, over 300. In math, the performance remains steady at 85%, with more students tested. In reading and language arts, 93% of students met approaches grade level or higher, and that's a strength for us. In science, we saw growth from 78 to 81%. In social studies, there was a slight decline, but overall, these results indicate that students are making strong academic performance after they exit services in Leander, particularly in reading and in math. And I'll continue with a look at outcomes at the secondary level. So this slide reflects the end of course performance for students with disabilities in grades 9 through 12. One important takeaway is there's increased participation across all subjects, which reflects stronger inclusion in the general assessment system. In terms of performance, biology showed growth, increasing to 87%. U.S. history remains strong and stable at 88%. Algebra 1 saw a slight decline, though more students were tested. And English 1 and 2, which is our largest tested group, remains our greatest opportunity for growth. There was a decrease from 53 to 49%. And this data does mirror the data that is in general education as well. Moving forward, we continue to prioritize literacy and also Algebra 1. That's where we see that the greatest opportunity to improve outcomes. I want to thank you all for supporting us at the LIVE celebration. Thank you all for coming to support our vocational programs. Every year we get to ask our students at the end of the school year about their outcomes and what they want to see. So we ask them at the end of when they're about to graduate, do you plan to eventually work or join the military? And do you plan to go to college after high school? So that's this survey right here. And I lost my place. Here we go. So as we approach at the end of the school year, we ask them their plans. And so while we are currently collecting data for the class of 2026, this slide reflects trends over the past 4 years and provides insight into our student aspirations. Indicator 14 are the post-secondary outcomes. This slide shares 2023 data and 2024 data. We do not yet have the 2025 data. We'll have that in this summer. But it shows that for the class of 2024, 82% of Leander ISD graduates receiving special education services were engaged in higher education, competitive employment, or other post-secondary opportunities. And as you look to the far right of each graph, you'll see the combined achievements of those 3 smaller graphs. And as shown by the gold bar, our outcomes compare very favorably to both the region and the state, highlighting the strength of our transition programming led by Denise Geiger. And next, Amy will share how we are expanding opportunities through career and technology education.
Thanks. So through our partnership with the National Alliance Partner Equity, NAEP, we are working closely with career and technology education to expand access and participation for students receiving special education services. Our goal is to increase participation across grades 7 through 12 by strengthening early access, removing systemic barriers, addressing resource gaps, and monitoring for disproportionality across programs of study. We're working closely with our counselors, our coordinators, and team leads to look at course alignment, specifically to increase access to CTE courses in middle school. By increasing the enrollment of 7th and 8th graders enrolled in CTE, research shows positive outcomes for these students to be in college, career, or military ready. And so this work is critical to ensuring our students are prepared for a wide range of post-secondary pathways. So next I'm going to share about the college, career, and military ready outcomes. This slide shows college, career, and military readiness outcomes for the classes of 22 through 24, and the class of 25 data won't be available until this summer. The gold bars represent students not receiving special education services, while the blue bars represent students who do. While gaps remain, this data helps us guide continued efforts to expand across opportunities and access for all students. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ashley to highlight our family engagement efforts.
Thank you, Amy. We are incredibly proud of the intentional work happening to strengthen family engagement across our district. Through monthly newsletters, coffees with the SPAC, family workshops, one of which we're having tomorrow at Leo from 10 to 1. Love to see you there. We also have podcasts on timely topics and our new Advocates initiative. We are creating meaningful opportunities for families to connect and engage. I'd like to recognize Jason Miller, our SPAC president, who has led the leadership in launching Advocates this year, and also recognizing our collaborative partners who support us in our annual Destination Life Conference. Through the work of the SPAC, we have also strengthened collaboration with our advanced academics team to better support our twice exceptional learners, bringing students, parents, and staff together to explore options for all students. Next, I'll share some feedback from our families. We are continuously gathering information from families, and these survey results reflect responses collected throughout this school year. To date, nearly 300 families have indicated they are aware of our special programs, Families Resources, which is an encouraging sign that our communication and outreach efforts are making an impact. This school year, we've made additional efforts with our Linktree and social media channels to promote our programs and partner with our families. We also survey families immediately following their ARD meetings. So far this year, approximately 300 respondents have rated their experience at the highest level, reflecting strong satisfaction with the ARD process and the support provided to their students and families. Now, in addition to this ARD survey, our parents may receive a survey from Gibson through a selected cycle. Our SPAC is also working to review the survey and expand its reach to a broader recipient group of 504 and special education families. I'll now turn it back to Paige for an overview of legislative updates.
All right, thanks, Ashley. So as we look ahead, we are navigating a period of change. Funding is becoming more aligned to student need, but it's also more complex. Accountability systems are shifting while expectations need to remain high. For example, House Bill 2 awards funding for each individual initial evaluation, but it does not cover the full cost of an evaluation. So it helps, but it's not covering all of it. House Bill 6 has accountability changes, but we are continuing to track and meet our student support services with our Student Support Service Department to support each of our students. And in the 26-27 school year, we will run our current funding system concurrently, adding the new intensity of services funding model, which we're still learning about, to send to the state. So as we learn more about that new model, we'll keep you updated as we'll communicate it to our staff. So we are experiencing increased demand for evaluations, more complex service delivery models, and heightened compliance requirements. So we're going to be very busy. In this environment, it's important that we have strong local systems. We have an amazing staff. We're focused on supporting all of our campuses, and we'll make sure that they meet the expectations while maintaining a strong emphasis on high quality instruction and student outcomes. And we just want to thank the board for always supporting special programs, and we value you a lot, and we'll happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Board members?
Thank you all. It's really nice to see you all again, and I know y'all are doing really amazing work, and it's just exciting to hear about it. One of the things that stuck out to me was the slide with the primary disability percentages or numbers year over year. I think what was notable was the increase, or one of the things that I noticed was the increase in primary disability of autism that it's almost tripled in those 10 years. And that does follow, like I kind of did some quick math, it does follow the increase in prevalence nationally over that same time. So I also just want to acknowledge our evaluation staff, because I know they're working really hard to stay up on the latest methods of evaluation to be able to classify different presentations of autism. And while we don't have things broken down within that category, I would assume that that's part of that, keeping up with the prevalence rates. But I do wonder about what kinds of, or how we are, how do I say this? What kinds of supports, resources, space, training our SPED staff might need to be able to pivot or shift to match services to this changing population, if that makes sense, and how we as a board can support that.
That's a great question. And we actually are looking at that. We started a process improvement for our social communication supports and services that included principals, service providers, evaluators of all levels, to look specifically at what are the services we're delivering to support those students, how can we look more critically at that, and are there changes that need to happen? And so that's underway with our behavior support specialist team, working closely with that, and so we can share the outcomes of that and where we are with it. I don't have it in front of me, but that we'd be happy to share that with you. That's something we're looking at.
That'd be great. I don't know if
Kind of going along a little bit about training, slide 11, the emphasis on CTE courses. I think that's great. As a parent whose child was denied back in the day, we do need some support in middle school. But my question is we took our District of Innovation to change so we can hire non-certified CTE teachers. What are we doing to help those educators get trained in the classroom to be able to be prepared to service our students? Because you're bringing in an HVAC technician, I'm just thinking, right? How are they going to understand what an IEP meeting is, what an ARD meeting is, or just the general how to just read an IEP? Like, what are we doing to help prepare those teachers?
So through our partnership with NAEP and a couple other local districts, we're working through what that looks like. So we are partnering with our counseling staff as well as our CTE teachers to see where those discrepancies are and to see what supports are needed to support our students.
So are they, I guess, at the beginning of the year, we'll identify them and they'll get their normal training, I guess? Is there's like a process, a mentor? I'm just trying to understand, because it can be intimidating if you're,
Right, and I think that has been the conversation that we've been engaging with our CTE coordinators and director. What is the training that's needed by those teachers, and how can we partner together as a special programs team to look at how do you modify this course? What does that look like? What could be acceptable for a student going in there? How can we support the teacher to better understand the disabilities they may be facing? So there's been a lot of partnering together with the two teams specifically, and then pulling in the counselors as well. So when they're talking with our students, that they're looking at what is the plan for you going forward, and it starts in middle school before you get to high school. And so that has really been our focus right now. And then that naturally comes to the next step of how do we support those teachers who may not have had those students.
Just for later information, I'm curious how the positions, you mentioned a couple positions, and I wasn't writing quick enough, that are stressed, right, that we need. But my question is, how are these positions impacting student outcomes? Because I know they are, and yet if we can't verbalize it, then it makes it harder, I think, for us to explain the need, why we're doing, for us as boards to watch to make sure those positions are there, because it impacts student outcomes. And so I would like to know how the positions impact student outcomes, and then what positions are stressed that are impacting student outcomes. And I know y'all can make that link. I know it's not, I just want to make sure it's not unintentionally, I want us all on the same page.
Oh, I was going to ask, I know exactly what position you're asking about. Okay, so I'll go there. So our child psychologist, Y'all know our legislative committee last session was really zoning in on evaluations. We got some great meetings. I really think our district did really well. Our legislative committee really helped with that $1,000 reimbursement. But my question is I remember I got information from you last year, and with the whole introduction of vouchers, one year we had 25, next year we had 50, now we have 76 of these individuals who are not staying in our schools but using our special education services. So my question is our child psychologists, we know they are like trying to find a unicorn, and if you find a bilingual school psychologist, it's even better. But what is life like for them right now? Because they know that there's an increase of caseloads coming at them. Like, what is an average caseload for a Leander ISD child psychologist? And just what are we doing to support them? Because what Trish says, that evaluation process is the first step for a parent. We can make it or break it. And if a parent starts that process and it's already a horrible situation because that child psychologist is just stressed out and has like 120 kids, we lost that parent and that student, going back to what you said. So can you just kind of give me what y'all have about what our child psychologists are going through right now?
They're busy, for sure. I would say we have feedback that they feel very supported by their supervisors, and we consistently say if you are feeling like there's too much, we do contract out, and we do have folks that help support us. If there's a overload at one campus, it is a team effort, and so they share. So you may have a lower caseload at one, and they help at another. And so we do look at that. We do have strong intern support, so we're bringing in new members and growing them, and that seems to be a good fit for us. I know Mary Beth is also looking at some alternative programs that are pulling to take teachers and other folks that have master's degree in a like type field to be school psychologists, and she's exploring that with some of the other districts. That is a new thing that is coming out, similar to what they did for speech pathologists a couple of years.
I would love to get with that because we have a representative who's actually looking just for that pathway, and the fact that y'all are already talking and have already collaborating with other districts, that would be a good connection.
So I will get with Mary Beth, and she can give you the exact program we were just talking about the other day. How can we grow some people in our system that might want to do that, because they are hard to find, and people love being in Leander and they want to stay here, but it is a challenge for sure.
I know, I'm trying to condense. So I know we talked about, maybe this is a broader update, but maybe digging into some of this data, disaggregating by some different groups to see, how we're doing with other populations that historically, not just within Leander, but nationally tend to be over or underrepresented in certain categories and things like that. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you all find from that and how we can support those efforts. But I do want to ask more about family engagement. And, I really, it was a very meaningful opportunity for me to be on SPAC Executive Council and to work with you all. I found it it was a really collaborative experience, and it was very meaningful for me as a parent. So I also want to plug for families that being a part of that group is a really great opportunity. And I'm wondering how whether we've considered making that a district committee to really up that sense of engagement for families, and it being a really great place to advocate and to collaborate. And if there's been any discussion around that, so I'll pause.
I just want to share that we do consider it a district-wide committee, although it's parent-led, and we feel like because it's parent-led, that's very important, that our parents are able to speak to what they need the most, and we can be supportive on guiding them to what we need to do together.
I guess I'm thinking about how some of our committees have a more formal process of regularly reporting to the board and kind of having a more defined, not that have at least part of it be a defined kind of purpose with a goal or a, word I'm looking for here. But I'm just thinking about if there could be an opportunity for that, and that might be an avenue for some families to feel like they have that opportunity for engagement. So that was one piece, and I think adding to that, I am really happy to hear y'all are still thinking about district-wide or a survey that can expand on Gibson, because the Gibson questionnaire also only goes out to a limited number of parents, right? So y'all know how I felt about that survey, so I'm really excited to hear you're still thinking about it. I guess that's my other question when we think about engagement, is some families maybe don't have the resources or the capacity to come out to SPAC meetings or participate in that way. So how can we provide other avenues to really collect meaningful feedback from families to inform our continuous improvement and our celebrations of what we're doing well? Because I really truly think there's so much that families are really happy with that maybe they're not sharing. So just, I don't know if you have any thoughts about that.
So as we've gotten just feedback over this last semester, we are looking next year into doing some more virtual events for our families. We're also continuing to go out into the community, to the different coffees, to the different evening spaces. That's where we're hearing that they want to meet us where they are. So how are we being more intentional about not just meeting at a central location, but we'll go out to different feeder patterns, as well as continuing to expand dadvocates, because the dads are really like, I need other dads. We're very mom hungry when we come places, so where's the community?
So I was just thinking about whether you go back and look at specific students, each of them, and go, well, this was a student that was identified late, and maybe what did we learn from that situation where we could have identified that student early? Or another situation could be where a student was identified and you're like, well, maybe this could have been taken care of with Tier 1 instruction. And then how do we learn from that? And then also get that information back to teaching and learning, to the campuses. Are those some of the areas that you also look into?
We do case studies. So we will pull students and track them and kind of do a vertical look of their school career to learn from them specifically, yes, and then we can share our insights with our team. Do you want to add anything?
I was just going to say, as far as working with curriculum, Ashley Metzger and Amanda Hardwick work really closely together, and we're really looking to see how do we partner on that intervention side to ensure we're kind of putting that together. So I know they've been having a lot of conversations as we move forward, and how can we co-collaborate in doing training.
I also want to share that the case studies are shared with principals in the room, so the principals can also see, and they'll reflect on how long that student's been at their school and different things that have happened over the years for those students.
I just happened to be at New Hope High School, and Ashley had just done a case study for a young man who was going to be graduating literally in a couple of days. I met this kid, and he was like super outgoing, and it was a great story. But by digging in, he was identified late, I think in his senior year, maybe late junior year, but got some services, got back on track through New Hope and a variety of things, and he was graduating. But and he told me himself that he had some changes in his own habits and what he was contributing to school. But I think all that together, just a personal experience, and I didn't go seeking this information. I just happened to be at New Hope and met him, and the principal was telling me that Ashley had done this case study. So it was those do benefit, and that particular student had been in a high school prior. So it is like you learn a lot about where things could have gone a different way. Like it was pretty interesting, but also informational where we can do better in the future for a student like this young man.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. And also, we have SPROG data reviews, special programs data reviews, where we will randomly sample a certain number of folders and some certain number of students that are in special education, but also students that just receive intervention services that are not in special education, and we'll get a random sample for each campus. We will have a reflective activity for that team, the campus team, to go through and to really think about those particular students, and then we get to reflect with them on next steps.
This is not kind of about to bed, but just, okay, so y'all know we have open enrollment now, right? Are y'all getting a lot of questions from parents outside the district about our special education?
Not so much. I mean, a few. But we're talking, and I think Paige has taken some, and so we're viewing the information, but it's not a huge number. Yeah.
I would say we're a destination district for special education, and so if students need that service, usually they are seeking, maybe they can move here, or this new open enrollment, maybe they can apply here and drive here, commute here.
Yeah, I do see a lot of information online. I always give them Ashley's information. That's so. I was just curious. All right, board members, are we all good? Wait, Trish.
Yeah, I do. I just want to thank y'all for adding the legislative portion at the end. I think that is important. And legislative committee has been talking about how legislation impacts our department, our school, our students. And so to put that in the presentations, I think is important. But also for me, and I don't know if this is what's going on, but for me it signals that it means you are watching it. And so that when Leg Committee goes up and we're like, hey, can we get a tear sheet of how impacts happened? You already, I mean, to me, it's like you already have an outline. You're probably gathering data so we can have some kind of information to go with us to go look at what happened, right? Good and bad, right?
They have been amazing at supporting the legislative committee. Last session in particular, I remember when I was meeting with Representative Hunter's office, and I called Paige and I was like, I need numbers now, help me out. And honestly, talking with him and being able to show those real numbers and being able to have that data right then and there, I mean, he's the one that helped get that $1,000 reimbursement. So thank y'all for I know y'all are busy, a lot of things y'all are dealing with, but just being able to support the legislative committee, but also our community at the Capitol, like, it's huge. And like Trish said, like, we've got a lot of good stuff in the pipeline coming, and I'm sorry, but eyes will be on us in positive ways. So thank y'all.
Thank you all for supporting us.
All right, board members, you know where they're at. You know where to get through. If you got a question, make sure you CC Chris. All right, board members, now we're going to go to our favorite one, 7B1, discussion of board goals. Dr. Clark, take it away.
All right. Good evening, Madam President and members of the board. Dr. Clark. We are going to have a wonderful discussion tonight about board goals and constraints. Just as a couple of reminders, I'm going to go through some of the slides we've seen in the past. Just because we paused on this in February thinking we were going to come back a couple of times and weren't able to do that. And so we're finally there tonight, but I thought you might need a little refresher. To that point, you can see that it's been since February 19th that we've talked about goals. So we had that initial discussion, seems like yesterday, but a year ago, all at the same time back in February. And then on the 19th, we talked about goals and then governance as a tool. We talked about that governance architecture piece. And then tonight, my hope is that we can reach some consensus on the goals. Originally, I was hoping we could get consensus on some constraints, and we may get there tonight. I don't know. But at minimum, if we have some good input, I feel like we'll be able to get some written constraints for you to look at before the next board meeting. Just as a reminder, governance this is how we defined it. I think it's just always important to frame this conversation from this level. We are putting together a system that's coherent that will drive a lot of our work and focus on student learnings, which is where our goals are going. I want to draw your attention to the definitions of those first two items. Goals, I think, are pretty straightforward. We know what that is, but we do focus on student-oriented results. We've written some stuff with some goals with very clear outcomes. Guardrails are kind of a newer concept to me anyway, and I think they were to the board as a whole. But I love this last phrase of what values of the organization do we want to protect or ensure while we work towards these goals. So it's not just about achieving. You've heard me express concern about very star-oriented goals driving poor instruction because you can drill and kill kids, have it be very boring. I don't think our teachers will do that. but I think we have to be very intentional about partnering expectations for outcomes with expectations for quality instruction and quality learning in our classrooms. Delegation and monitoring, we're going to come to in June, and I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end. So here's what I hope to do tonight is review the goals as they're written now. Now, you know I emailed them to you last night. If you have not had a chance to look at them, you will have a chance in just a minute. And then there's a few pieces of feedback and some suggested changes for us to discuss. And then hopefully we can reach consensus, even if we don't have all the wording done, enough consensus where I can go back and make those changes and send them to you. And then, again, provide that input on constraints and guardrails. All right, so let's take a little bit of time to look at the goals as they are. But there are a couple of things that I want to communicate to you because some of these numbers have changed. So let me just talk about the layout. I know I put this in the email, but sometimes email explanations aren't always clear. So previously, if you have an old copy, you guys have your copies of these. If you have an old copy of the goals that I gave you back in February, the 2025 benchmark type data or that column was not there for any of the goals. So that was actually an administrative suggestion, if I remember. A few people internally said it would help us see where we were, where we're trying to go, just to see what that benchmark was and the progress we're intending to make. Now, when I was preparing for this presentation today, I had Emily look at this because I added all that in. I just want to make sure I got all the right data in the right places, and we discovered something. So it takes a little explanation, but I just want to be clear for board members, but also the community. STAR comes to us twice a year, essentially. Once in June or July, and that is data on every kid that tested with us. Now, when accountability is calculated, kids that are not present, I believe, is it snapshot day, Brenda? Yes. So if a student is not present or enrolled, not present, if they are not enrolled and attending here on snapshot day, but they move here sometime after that, but are here on testing day, those scores are not utilized in the calculation of our accountability rating and scores. So we have the data that we get in June and July that has everybody in there, whether they were here on snapshot day or not. Then when we get it in, is it January, I believe, or for taper report, that is where those students are pulled out that were not here. So here's the important thing, is that we use the data to set benchmarks, or that we use the same benchmark data set as we do to set goals that we also use to monitor progress on this. So because the timing of, we have not determined my evaluation just yet, but I'm assuming it's going to be tied very closely to this, and that's set to be on a July-ish timeline. We won't have that data where kids are pulled out, so we went back through and adjusted numbers, used the same formula, so to speak, to calculate the goals. That way, everything that's in here, whether it be the benchmark data for 2025 or how we use that to calculate the goal, that it's all aligned. Most of those changes were like 1% or 2% change, pretty minor. I would say half and half. Sometimes it went up and sometimes it went down. However, you will notice I've left a few with yellow highlights where the percentage is more than 2. Anything above 2%, I left the existing number in parentheses and highlighted it just for clarity and transparency. We would, assuming the board's will is to stick to that same data set, we would move forward with those new percentages that are not in the parentheses. The reason why those are a little more significant is when you start, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit of a scratchy throat, so I'm chewing this mint so I don't cough through this whole presentation, but apologize for the mint. Oh my gosh, I just lost my train of thought. So the purpose of the reasoning for the change, there's more significant changes in the percentage in those groups, is that's a smaller subset of students. And when you narrow it down to a grade level and a small subset of students, the smaller the number, the larger the percentage change will be for one or two kids. So, I mean, just to make it simple, just so I can explain it correctly. So, one student out of 4 is 25%. So if you have 4 students and you take one away, you go from 100 to 75%. Whereas if you have 100 students and you take one away, you go from 100 to 99. So that's where you see those more significant changes. And it's a small number of student groups within each area.
So the discussion tonight is we adopt goals, which is board lane. Then administration is going to take this back. And so what we're not seeing tonight are the KPIs or the KPMs or whatever. Those are things that the administration is going to develop. So I'm guessing it'll be things where we're going to be looking at numbers. You're going to be looking at maybe the maps or it's not iStation anymore, but a mirror, and then bring things that'll show us how we're progressing towards this, correct?
Yes.
And so in theory, then, that means that by the 2030, when I'm looking at what it would look like in English 1 and Algebra 1, I almost feel like my 3rd grade reading too, I would see those numbers going up because I'm thinking of cohorts, and I'm thinking the kiddos in 2026 need to be improving so they can be ready when that Algebra 1 comes up.
Right.
I'm having a problem with the scores that we're saying we're adopting for Black and African American students, economically disadvantaged students. Special education, I'll ask Anna if we should also be asking for them to be higher. But I'm not, from what I've seen, I mean, special education may have learning issues and extra accommodations they need. I'm not thinking you're telling me we need our Black students or economically disadvantaged students to have extra accommodations, but I'm trying to understand why the score difference here. And maybe we just need all 3 of them to come up.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Well, we want by 2030, we want 62% of all students to be meeting math, but 49% of our Black American students by score.
Which?
Page 1.
So these are actually the House Bill 3 goals that were set and board adopted in February, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're now getting to talk about them and look at them, and I don't know. I don't know why we couldn't go a little higher. I mean, I get what we did, but it just feels like we're underselling what our district can accomplish.
Sure. If you remember, and I'm just trying to restate what happened back when that process was in place, that the original goals we came back with adjustments and raised them then. And so I thought we landed on where the others were not part of House Bill 3. So, but again, these are the board's goals.
Looking at it.
Yeah, no.
I think what's tricky about this that I struggle with, to be honest, is what I was thinking about as I was looking at this data, of course, like my instinct is to always want to disaggregate data to see where the gaps really are happening within each of these groups. So for example, are we seeing within special education that there are gaps among different groups within special education, whether it's by gender, grade, race, ethnicity, there could be all these different layers, economically disadvantaged, like all of these pieces. But I think that would be really hard. That would bring us into like a data spiral a little bit. And so
You're describing administrative work.
yes, and so I almost see it more as like part of the constraints that data gets disaggregated and examined, and that your findings of where you need to target is then just shared with us as board members. Not that like we need to be in the data dive, but that we say we want you to look deeper at this to make sure that we're really understanding the complexity of the data. But we would expect that if you do that, that all of these numbers would go up if you're targeting. You know what does that make sense? That it would almost be more in the constraints that we would have the goal of digging deeper to make all of this, you all admin to dig deeper to make it all go up.
You know, Laura, I think the way you're saying that, it helps me because we did adopt these goals for HB3, and we did ask administration to go up. Just now that I'm looking, I'm like, oh my goodness, right? This is where we're going. But I think the thing that you were talking about that helps me is maybe constraints, guardrails are places where we can like amplify, where, okay, we want to have but we can do more. And maybe the constraints and the guardrails are where we can really kind of get at some of this and really see some of that achievement that we really expect to see.
I think it's also important to look at these like a floor and not a ceiling, and that we are constantly reevaluating these. So at the end of, so I see the third grade goal as really a K1 and 2 goal. There are TEKs and there's learning that filters up, like you think about reading, phonics instruction, and K and 1 is a big area of focus for us in the next few years. That's going to impact these third grade reading scores in 2 or 3 years. And then I think about these systematically. If we get really good at third grade, but we're also working on getting better at that band between 4th to 6th, what are the 6th graders in 5 years that had the experience of going through this focus in 1st, 2nd, measure in 3rd, then 4th, 5th, measure in 6th? Like it'll start compounding almost.
I love that you were talking about that cumulative knowledge piece, because I think that's such a huge piece of what we've been trying to understand and kind of grapple with around specific grades. We're like, what's happening here? But really that admin's thinking about like how it's not just about that grade, that it's about, but again, it goes back to that's the admin side of things, and really where we are is this higher level of like over time, what's going to bring these scores up, and admins, the folks who get in the weeds and figure out what's driving, how to drive that.
Yeah. I think there's some schools of thought on goals. You know, if you think of these as SMART goals, do you want them measurable and attainable? But it doesn't feel right to us to say, well, our goal is for only 54% of Hispanic and Latino kids to be able to pass the math by 2030. That seems like a really low standard. But I think, how do you balance what's attainable so that you don't overwhelm people doing the work, but also keep raising the bar? So that compounding impact, as we look at these don't have to stay this. I don't anticipate these staying the same for the next 5 years. I think these will adjust. So
if I can say in my head and maybe see if we're aligning and thinking the same thing, like you're absolutely right, because I look at, like you just mentioned, our Latino students, we've got 3 or more races, we've got our economic disadvantage, we've got emergent bilingual, like we want to do better. And when I'm thinking about constraints, I'm thinking about the ones that we talked about earlier, so that if we put a constraint or guardrail that says something similar to like the superintendent shall not maintain programs or pathways that systematically exclude or underserve student groups without informing the board of barriers, participation, disparities, and mitigation actions. I think it's those pieces that get us where we want to go further here.
Okay, so I get the point you're making. I just don't want to get into that constraint just yet. But you do have to be thinking about it while you're looking at these, because what is it that you want to draw out that's important in that constraint discussion too?
Fair, thank
so
you.
It's a valid point. I just
So just to add to your point, or to help clarify what I'm listening or what I'm hearing from Trish's point, when I look at these goals, the third grade goals. So goal 1, yes. And so the way I look at it for all students is that is a 15% increase from 2025 to 2030. And when we look at the Black African American, that is a 30% increase. So it's about double of what you're expecting from all students. And also when I look at the special education, which you brought up, that's a 45% increase. So it is, because what we had talked about was really moving the needle on closing the gaps. So making sure that the expectations between these student groups that were falling behind is moving faster than the expectations of all the students. What I actually thought was maybe interesting, or I don't know if that's an omission, is if the Asian student stays the same. So we still need to make sure that students that are achieving are still growing. And so it should be, that was the one that came out to me, that why isn't it at least 82%?
That's a good question as well, yeah,
Well,
thank you.
yes, I think that is a good point. So if you maintain a number, let me make sure I explain this correctly, then remember we're talking about 2 different cohorts of kids. So from year to year, it's totally 2 different kids. But if a student is at meets expectation in 3rd grade and then is at meets expectation in 4th grade, they have grown and maintained actually the higher above passing standard. So it is, it's harder to maintain that number, I guess. There's a challenge in maintaining that level of percentage of kids at that meets expectation level.
Yeah, but when you look at the next page, which is for 6th grade, I understand where you're going, but that number it's increased. Even on math, it was increased. It's increased everywhere except here, and so I was just wondering if that was an omission.
No, I can't remember how we landed on those numbers. I think we were, I don't have that right at my memory right now. But at the end of the day, these are the board goals. So if you want to make changes to them, we can take that feedback and make adjustments. So
I thought we did. That's why I'm wondering if that's just like a typo or something, because I thought we did have that discussion and said we were going to increase it by like a few percentage points, which is in the other one, but not this one. So
I'll go back and look at that presentation of what was approved and just verify. Just because we've readjusted these numbers, it got a little confusing because we had those 2 different data sets, and as this progressed, I can verify all that.
And I really do think looking at the KPMs, KPIs, whatever term we call it, will help us as we start seeing what are the pieces we're breaking out that administration's bringing to us to show what can students learn and what are students doing in classrooms, right?
Yes, I agree.
So board members, these goals, I know we've got a little additional information that we'll get from Chris, but what are y'all thinking, these 4 goals? How are we feeling? Can I get some nods? I'm gonna go around the dais. Paul, you good with these 4? Okay, Trish? Nkosi? You?
I'm good if the board's good. There were a couple of specific things mentioned. I don't know if we want to walk through those before we reach consensus. I mean, I think we're good with the way they are now to move to this discussion. So the first, are you good if I?
Yeah, go
okay.
for it.
So one of the suggestions has been that instead on goal 4, we currently have it based on the TSI, which is one of the ways a student can be determined to be CCMR or college and career military ready. There has been a suggestion that we just focus on college and career military readiness overall. So there's a couple of things to think about. And I'll be honest, I've gone back and forth on this. And so I've just determined that I don't have a strong feeling either. I have strong feelings both ways, but I agree with both approaches, I guess. So here are my things that I'm thinking about. If we stick with TSI achievement, that does align to the meets expectation goals. So meets expectation is kind of designed to, if you maintain that level, that you'll eventually hit TSI criteria in reading and math. So there's alignment there. That's nice. TSI is only one of 10 criteria to meet CCMR. So we're really narrowed in on one of 10. It is the way that most of our students meet CCMR in this district, or at least one of the ways. We have kids that meet it multiple ways. So to make a point here, we could improve TSI percentages but not see an increase in our percent met CCMR. So, for example, we have lower percentages of kids in special ed that hit TSI, but our percentage of kids that are identified as special ed that meet CCMR is very high because there are more pathways for them to hit CCMR. So I think the question becomes, do we want to focus in on TSI, this more academic, college ready as a goal, or do we want to look at CCMR overall? So that's a thought. But if we focus on CCMR and focus on, it aligns with the HB3 goals, we could just mimic those. If we get improvements there is an improvement in our bonuses. I mean, from a financial perspective, like that's a revenue generator. And then CCMR is a more comprehensive overview of how our students leave the system. Those are just my thoughts to put out there, yeah.
So I'm gonna push back on the CCMR thing, and this is why. I don't know if our board members know, but the way CCMR is calculated for special education is a little complicated. And there is more pathways. But a lot of, I'm just gonna say it, some of the culture in this district beforehand was, you just get a special education kid passed for graduation, and that child can't read. And when we go look at our TSI numbers, we see where we're not closing the gap. But when we look at this, oh, look, 91%, we hit CCMR, but these kids can't read or do basic math. And so, like, all we have to do is point to the data that we have now. We have a gap of students that we are not servicing properly because, yes, they do have better pathways, but these pathways, as a parent of special education student, don't always equate to actually educating the whole child. And so I know we are zoning in on one particular thing, and we do great things for our students in special education for CCMR, but we can do better. And it's unfortunate that the state has the CCMR set up that way for students with special education, because honestly, it feels like the way the state has it, it's a checkbox that, great, your kid got a diploma, good luck, have fun in the world, when in reality, we're not really educating our students in special education. We are. I'm just saying that the way the state has it set up.
I was just going to echo that for me, it speaks to this idea of high expectations for all students, and that I think we are going to be looking at MR for all the reasons you already mentioned, but I think this piece around high expectations for special education students is really important, that we're all working towards that. So I think for me, that's my hesitance to switching it.
I guess my question is, like, I understand, absolutely agree with Anna with our special education piece, and I'm noodling on that as she was talking, right? I think that's important to consider. Are students who go through SAT, if they reach a certain score, they're gonna count as TSI focus, right? So for me, I'm thinking about, what does board conversation look like based on this goal? And I'm wondering, does a CCMR goal allow us to have more discussions and really dig into the pieces we're talking about? Because Anna's definitely hitting on something of like, yeah, for special education students, this TSI is gonna show me, but what about some of these other pieces? Because we're gonna lose some pieces, I think, for our students, because if they just got an SAT score, we're gonna miss that. And I think a CCMR bonus goal lets us see several pieces. But to Anna's point, yeah, I don't think, I would say administration, I think maybe the board could encourage strongly a KPM looking at TSI.
Yeah, and I mean, we still have our House Bill 3 goals that includes a CCMR goal too. I mean, we do well with CCMR. We can always get better. So I know there's definitely motivation within our system to do that. I don't know that I mean, yeah, that could totally happen. So that's where I'm kind of, I can go either way. I lean a little more towards TSI, but if the board's will is to go the CCMR route, I would see the benefit of
I'll
it.
do whatever board's thinking. I'm just, that was my question is, what will board discussion look like with a TCI goal versus how could we really develop and what could we really dig into with a CCMR goal? And I think a CCMR goal allows for more robust conversation. So that's what I'm balancing.
Do you worry with the state, because they just released something in March about changing CCMR, like the constant moving of the goal, like the goalpost? Do you anticipate that being a problem with our goals? Because I worry, like, some of the data lags for CCMR. Like, what was it? There was changes, calculations in A through F starting in 2031. This just came out from TEA. And so I'm just trying to understand, like, if we do attach CCMR, right, with the state constantly changing what that accountability looks like, are we always gonna be coming back and changing that goalpost as well? Like, what I'm trying to figure out is stability in the system. And that, to me, CCMR is not very stable right now because TEA keeps changing it. And so, like, what is that are we setting our superintendent up for failure? Are we setting up the board for failure because we're waiting for lag data, or because they're changing something?
Well, and I think that's a good question too, is that CCMR goal, maybe that's also a question of what is the clarity? Is it, do we say CCMR like the state, or do we go ahead and just enumerate the pieces we're talking about? Because we have those pieces and we know we're gonna follow, I forget the word for it, when they are gonna go in the military, they take the certain test. There you go, ASVAB, right? Do we start just saying these things rather than just doing this, whatever the state does will move? We just say, here's our goal. These are what we say are CCMRs. And this is the pieces that we say is a CCMR piece. Because for me, like, one of those reports then would be, because y'all know I love it, so I'll just say it out there, but it's okay if it's not board will, is I want to know about our industry-based certifications.
That's where
Which ones are leading to kiddos' jobs, so, yeah.
Yeah, so
I was just gonna, I mean, I think we'll still do that. Well, I know we'll still do that because we have House Bill 3 goals. So it's gonna be a matter of where do we really want to put our laser focus, I guess. And that is one of the things I missed one bullet on here where I talk about tracking of everything CCMR. Yes, it leads to more robust conversations, and that's good, but it when everything's important, nothing's important. And I'm just trying to make sure that we stay as narrow as we can. So really, each one of these goals has a reading and a math component, and then multiple student groups to it. That grows downstream in terms of all the tracking and the reporting to the board. So I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth because we will do it. It's how consistently and with what intensity. So House Bill 3, we do one a year. We don't have it completely fleshed out, but on these board goals, you'll be hearing from us, not on every goal, but probably monthly, probably twice a month as we lay out that process, which I'm going to talk about that in a minute.
So I'm leaning towards CCMR because there's that college-ready part, which TSA is one of the options, TSI. And so TSI is either SAT, ACT, or the TSI exam. But there are other ways. There's AP exams, there's IB, dual credit, there's other ways. So to me, it seems like if we looking at CCMR, we can go just a college-ready bullet as opposed to just narrowing on TSI, or the career-ready bullet, and increase or have a career-ready bullet, which has the industry-based certifications, because that's important. We hear these days, not everybody wants to go to college, and so I think that we need to acknowledge that and also track that aspect of it. And then there's the military readiness as well. So I think that just TSI is even too narrow for it because there are other aspects of college readiness as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know, I don't want to repeat myself, but I'm going to repeat myself. I can honestly, I feel pretty comfortable either route. what is our greatest need? And so that's where I think we put our efforts. That's the question I would ask you as a board is, what is the greatest need? And then let's set the goal there. We're still going to do all those things. It's what's going to be our primary focus, and that we report consistently to the board and track,
I think for me also, it's really more of a culture shift for me when I think about us going from a TSI perspective, because again, there's just this, I think our district has got better, but there's been this notion in other districts across the state of Texas that you have an IEP, you know what, we're gonna get you career ready. In reality, that career is not sustainable for that student. They're not able to really fully be that sustainable adult in our community. And so like for me, I look at this right now, right, our TSI reading, and I see 29% for special education. Then you look at our current CCMR and we're killing it. We are clearly failing students right now. Yes, we're getting them to be career ready, but what does that career ready mean? Are they gonna be able to sustain jobs that are gonna be able to get them out of poverty, or they don't have to live off the government? Like I know we're zoning in, but to me, if we can fix that and get students in special education an opportunity for learning opportunities that they don't have now, it's gonna shift that thinking at the campus level. They're gonna be able to have more opportunities. They're gonna see that they can do things that many people don't think they have. So that's why I am willing to die on this hill, but CCMR is great, but it's just, I feel like the state makes it messy for a reason, and I worry about staff trying to keep track of that and having it getting updates, and what happens when there's a lag in the system because we can't get updates or TEA change it. I don't know.
I think also the TSI aligns with this idea of closing gaps. And so in that way, I feel like it is more complementary to the other goals, because that's a big part of that focus.
Nkosi, we're waiting for you, buddy. Da, 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 da.
So, what are we doing?
Here's my question. Is then, based on the conversation, does that mean that TSI is only gonna tell us what's going on with our special education students, and we won't be able to track other? Because I'm feeling that if you did okay enough on the SAT, it's just a check the box with TSI. And I'm trying to think about like, okay, then what's this conversation gonna look like? Like really what changes in our system when we adopt this goal? Can you help me understand what that looks like?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I was just getting ready to say, goals drive behavior. So what behavior do we want to drive? So when you go back and look, and that's why I'm torn on this myself, because CCMR goals will change, will drive behavior, so will this TSI goal. But if you look at this, it's what we've already talked about, but you see where our lower performing areas, so it'll be looking at kids and finding out how do we get more of them to reach this level, and we can track this starting as early as 8th grade. You can use some projections from MAP and STAR. It's not 100% accurate, but it just starts telling you who are the kids that are and are not necessarily on track here. And so then you can start doing intervention. There's just a lot of different approaches that you would take that.
Could you tell me what that would look like? Just push a little harder. What kind of actions do we see if a CCMR goal is adopted versus a TSI? What does that look like for the district?
You mean in terms of like day in and day out in a class, like in a school?
Well, we're just saying the goals we adopt are going to drive behavior. So if you could just kind of, I don't know, tell me like what then overall when board focuses on one or the other, what then does that look like in a larger scope?
I mean, I think this is a narrower focus. So it's looking at who are kids that are not on track to meet this target. And we have opportunities to get them there. So it's going to drive interventions. It'll drive some retesting if they don't meet it. It'll drive, depending on how each high school is set up, if they have a intervention time in their day where they can get everything from, these are our kinds of tests that you do have to do some test prep for. When your kid takes SAT, you do some prep around SAT. It's a different than STAR. So there's some of that aspect of it. It's making sure they're taking the right courses to get them there. So that's when you're looking, so if you're a high school and you have really low numbers in special ed, are you going to start looking at the course sequencing that students are choosing, what's being encouraged from the counselor, what's being encouraged from parents or teachers or whoever may say, oh, you don't have to take that advanced course, but when you don't take that advanced course, are you prepping yourself for TSI readiness to that higher academic achievement? Yeah. Whereas CCMR, that same thing could play out, but then you've got these 10 categories. And so it's monitor, and again, that's still going to happen because of the House Bill 3 goal. So I think this could draw more attention to it. Again, there's pros and cons either way. So.
Yeah, so just listening to some of your points, I do see how I can get behind this one. But first, because we'll already be getting that CCMR information and other reporting. And then also just because the other goals that are STAR related, they effectively stop, it's for English and reading, for reading and math, those effectively stop at 9th grade. And so this keeps it going. It keeps it going till their senior year. So for English and math as well. So I think that that's a good way to keep up with that.
Yeah, I'll chime in here. So for what I hear, and for me, the CCMR, I think the pro is that I think it aligns to this idea of there are multiple pathways for young people, and I think it aligns to, at this stage, some of the pathways we are, just provide for our young people, and TSI obviously narrows that. I think the challenge that I hear, which is real, is the goal is so broad, there are less rigorous ways that you can, become, what is the right terminology, right? Where you can meet that requirement, where you meet criteria. I think there's an opportunity to, if you adopt the CMR, to be able to then, as Trish was mentioning, it's so broad that we can have some of these, it allows and enables some of these conversations to ensure that that we're not taking the path of least resistance. In what you mentioned with the TSI, what may make sense, if you're solely driven by meeting this goal, then as a teacher, you might, if there is a constraint on time, I might direct you towards TSI versus taking a CTE certification or that pathway, if your total guidance is to meet this goal. If we talk about how the behaviors might change, I might actually counsel or guide a student away from their real personalized kind of pathway, if it was that rigid in terms of meeting this goal. So I could see that as like a risk. That would be a negative, yes.
That's. So
I don't know if that would happen, but that would be the negative.
Well, I mean, I think it's very similar to the example earlier. STAR goals can drive poor instruction very easily because you can raise scores easily by giving STAR passages every day. That's not authentic reading, and we don't want kids doing that. So those are things that you have to preserve. Those are values that have to be preserved in the organization, which is a way to address. The way to address that would be through constraints, regardless of which one we go with. Yeah. I'm trying to answer your questions, but not seem like I'm convincing you either way. I really. My biggest concern is the amount of reporting with CCMR, but that's the only thing that tips me a little ways back towards TSI, if you're interested in my opinion.
I still think the administration, based on the conversations and the things we're talking about and all the things you just told me that could go into these scores, could probably be creative and add really robust KPIs, KPMs for us to look at that might answer all of our questions. So I can get behind doing this. I'm sure the district can bring something good for us to talk about.
Sure.
All right, it sounds like we got some board goals. Wait, I'm gonna go around the dice again, make
Hang on,
sure.
we're not done yet.
Oh, never.
We have one more discussion if we're ready to move on. It's about GT. So, let me get through these really quickly. So there has been some discussion or request about incorporating gifted and talented academic performance into the existing goals. This is me summarizing some conversations. So, or replace one of the existing goals with a GT academic performance goals, or performance goal, or add a fifth focused on GT academic performance. So those are, I think the overall is how do we include GT if we want to include GT. I think there is some data that you were provided that shows just for 2025 data, the state started reporting GT as a student group, just like all the other student groups. So we don't have historical data, which is what we used in setting other goals. We don't have that, but we do have some comparison data that is highlighted for you in a handout. So I don't have talking points on that one, sorry.
So I think for me, the pro to this is that it is showing that we are doing something with the academic audit in terms of this being identified as one of the top opportunities for growth in terms of addressing advanced learners, which I know is not identical to GT, but it is an approximation of that. So I do think that in some ways it shows that we're doing something with the information that we get and prioritizing that in terms of what the academic audit showed. We also know that the state added this GT piece. They also added more requirements for board oversight of GT services within districts. So it seems like there is a push for this from the state as well. And then I think looking at our data on STAR, I think there are some opportunities for us to think about how we can continue to improve performance of GT. And I think about PLC. I just remember her talking a lot about how PLCs are about supporting remediation for those who are, where there are gaps in kids falling behind, but also extensions to make sure that we are looking at that piece as well. So I think it aligns with what we're trying to do district-wide. I think where I am struggling a little bit with this is that I wish, again, my love of disaggregated data, I wish that there was a way to look at gaps for groups within GT, and I feel like that would more cleanly align with our other goals in terms of this idea of closing gaps and that being important to us. So I think in that sense, it doesn't fit as cleanly into our other goals. So I think that there could be an opportunity to add it. I would not want to replace one of our other goals. That I don't think I would want to do that. I think for me, it holistically looks at like supporting students, various students' needs within our district, but I could also see it as because we don't have it disaggregated, we don't have disaggregated STAR data in that same way, that maybe it's part of the constraints where we talk about again, the challenge is we really have to look at masters, not meets for gifted kids. That's really going to tell us how we're doing. And so I don't know that it would drive other data up in the same way at some of the other constraints that we've talked about. So I think there's a little bit of, I'm kind of just sharing my thoughts on this, but there's a little bit of hesitation in just making it a constraint. So those are just my thoughts.
And looking at the data that we were provided that has the comparison, I do agree that, yes, you don't learn much by looking at meets. If you look at masters, that's where you see the difference. And 7th grade math is still showing up as a problem here. So if it shows up as a problem here for masters, in the comparison for 7th grade math, then it could be one of those that if you're trying to solve it here, you end up solving it for everybody. I don't know, it's just, there's really is an issue with 7th grade math, no matter which student group you look at.
Yes, I agree with your statement, yeah. That's an area we could focus on for improvement.
Well, I think it's an issue that shows up very clearly in 7th grade because that's the first time that it's on level only.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, and math is also one of those subjects that is more about cumulative knowledge. And so thinking about, is that gap growing over time because of like that cumulative piece? So I think that's the other thing that I think about. I think that to me, my attention was drawn more to math and maybe even science. More so than, even though there were more gaps, there were gaps in ELA and social studies, it seemed like they were heavier in those subjects that tended to be a little bit more cumulative.
Just as you're looking at the data, there's comparison to another district, but every district has a different model for GT. There's a different percentage of kids of their overall population included here. The state is definitely addressing, trying to bring alignment in practice slowly. This is my perception of it over time because there is such a wide variety of practice of how you identify kids, how you serve them. So there's a variance there. So it's hard to even compare to another district when the model is very different. And even down to what is done in the class. Again, those are just all factors to consider when we're determining, is this the right time and the right approach to do a goal now? I think there's definitely some work to be done. I think even our GT coordinators and people that work with it would say that. Doesn't mean that what we do is not good. I don't want any teacher hearing this to say that, but we can always get better. So when is the right time, I think, is the question for me. And if it's now, it's now. I mean,
I have a question. When is the last time we did a GT audit? It's been a while, right, Trish?
2015 or 16, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, 2016. A formal audit. Yeah. Right. Internal audits annually based on the state plan in comparison of where we are. And we have a presentation coming in, is it the 7th? Yeah, May 7th. That will update the board on that process.
All right, I'll wait. I'll hold my questions till then. I'm still thinking.
Yeah, I think I would like to explore this as a constraint, and then see if we want to elevate it to a goal. I mean, I think we can do that. I think what we're trying to get to here, and because I really want us to, I think the constraint gives us an opportunity to actually just like explore it a little more and get to the right, like what we're trying to get to. Because I think we're trying to get to, we want to ensure that every student, no matter where you are, is growing. And then we want to ensure that there's rigorous extensions and opportunities to learn for our students that have mastered the core. And so I think just trying to figure out a constraint around that is probably...
I think that's a good idea. If we want to shift to the constraint discussion, then we could, after that, circle back to this. Is that what you're suggesting? Okay.
I like
and or just, yeah, maybe not even circle back tonight, but circle back.
That's kind of where I'm at. I want to see this GT update because, I mean, I'm looking at scores. We know this has been a conversation in our district since when I first moved here. I mean, I have my own thoughts, but I'm looking at these scores. There seems to be like something going on in our system. We haven't had an audit in over 10 years. And so for me, I need to know more about what's going on as a system as a whole in GT. What are we doing? What does that support look like? What are we doing? So I like what you're saying, but I'm not dismissing you. I want to know more about this program that we offer because we start talking about competition and why parents are leaving. Like, parents want a specialized GT curriculum program. They want their kids to feel, empowered and pushed to the ultimate limits. But then I look at our data and I'm like, good gosh. So Nkosi, I like where you're going with this. I want to put a pin in it because I want to see at that presentation on the 7th what this program is doing for our kids. And I'm not dismissing your goal yet.
And I'm not stuck on I'm not, trying to say that. I think that's what I was saying is I think that there's pros and cons either way. I just think it's good that we're continuing to look at all levels of where kids are and thinking about what continuous improvement and closing gaps looks like. So I think,
Okay. All right, so we're ready to move to, so it sounds like, just for my clarity, we've reached consensus on what we have now. We may come back to adding some aspect of a GT goal after the 7th or down the road, but it won't be a replacement if we, it's okay.
Hold on. Board members, are we good? We're going to move on to constraints, and we're going to share the mic because I know y'all are ready for this. All right, we're good. These are our goals.
Okay, so now, I actually thought this was going to be the lengthy conversation, so that goal conversation was lengthy. So we've not officially talked about constraints in a board meeting. There have been individual conversations that I've had with some of you and some suggestions, but for the purposes of tonight, I didn't want to bring in anything that would appear to be finished. So what I did bring is that we have these broad topics that have been suggested and kind of been themes throughout this conversation, and then the thinking, can we get some feedback from each board member? I asked Angela to jot some notes for this part of the discussion. Then when we get to professional learning communities, that'll be our first one. That might be something that, just to give you an example of how this might flow, Laura, you might say, it's really important to me that we are including in this constraint something to do with extension so that we're meeting the needs of all learners or whatever that language you want to use. And then once we kind of get that feedback from everybody, I think we can go back and create a constraint that can be sent out to the board before the May 7th meeting, before we take a vote, if we take a vote on the 7th. I know that's kind of the tentative plan. How does everybody feel about that? So we can start with professional learning communities, and we can, I don't know, Madam President, do you want to start on one end or the other, or do we, Paul,
All right.
do you want to go?
Paul, do you want to start? And then we'll go here, and then we'll flow back.
Well, I can pick anyone to start on.
We're going to start with the top professional
Just the
learning
professional
communities.
learning
Yeah.
communities. Okay. Well, I think anytime you're suggesting some sort of guardrails, I still don't want to limit, especially our superintendent, on any abilities of he seems so he can be a little bit nimble. I think that's one thing with any type of organization, the more that you're able to move quickly on something, especially what you see happening in real time. While a professional learning communities, have a bit of a more of a focus, but still, I don't know exactly the right wording I'm looking for. Just, I don't want to totally limit what you're trying to do.
I'm going to restate something. I think what you're trying to say, if it's wrong, please tell me, is that you want these communities, the collaborative teams, to be empowered to take action quickly.
Yes.
So as they notice that there's a deficit
Yes.
in a student's learning, you want them to know that they can move quickly.
Very quickly.
Okay.
Right.
That's good. Thank you.
So in the training, gosh, when she was going over how learning is really impacted through PLCs, I was like, yes, I want that. And then I thought, oh my goodness, let's all look at the TACAs, right? Like, but then I'm thinking, okay, that's not our level. And so I remember Nkosi having this thing of saying, is there like a dashboard or a way to know how this is really being implemented? Is it really being used? And I think that is kind of like my guardrail or constraint or something would be, however it would be worded, as something that we're seriously going to put this in place, because we're asking our staff to take their time to do this, to work on this. We're spending funding on the training for this. We're aligning things around this, including board action. So I would like somehow in that guardrail or constraint, some way for it to word and then show, like I guess I'm getting into the monitoring part of it, I'm sorry, but to really show that commitment to what we're doing.
Nkosi?
Yes, let's see. I wrote the constraint for you right here. No, I'm joking. Exactly, email it to you. But it speaks to this idea that all campuses are implementing high-function PLCs for the goal of measurable improvement in Tier 1 instruction. So I think in that is, we talked, as Tricia said, like, some fidelity metrics around here's our model, who's following the model, can we attribute improvements in instruction in that. The other would be, since this is a multi-year kind of plan, that we have just some clear milestones around where we want to be, so we know when are we going to get full implementation, when is it going to be at full throttle PLCs, and so yeah, that's kind of some thoughts.
That's great. I like the connection of actions, behaviors, and results there. Is kind of what, yeah.
My word of the year is consistency, right? Like, if the board's investing in this time for PLC, we know we have some campuses that are killing it. We know some campuses need a little help, but how are we going to ensure consistency across the district? Because we see when a strong campus has a strong PLC model and what the results that are coming out of that campus. And I'm just wanting to know, like, how are we going to ensure that? I don't want parents having to hop around to schools. That's the last thing I want a parent to do.
No, you go ahead. I'm just checking to make sure Angela's. She's like our
I
was going to try and do the notes, so I just didn't think I could do the notes and do this at the same time.
As we go down, it seems like everybody's talking about little pieces of what I was thinking. Like, one is making sure that we're across all campuses, we take best practices, people who really are engaging, or teams are really engaging in this PLC process with fidelity, and take that learning and then spread it around. That way, we have a number of campuses really implementing it very well. So.
I really liked what Nkosi said about implementation benchmarks. So just want to like second that. I think, and you know me well, I would love for there to be something about extension, but I think what I'm thinking about with this one is the context in which PLCs operate. Specifically, I loved this phrase that like PLCs are the engine for MTSS. And so having some sort of qualitative, quantitative measure of how PLCs are facilitating MTSS for students, and for facilitating that process and kind of the outcomes of that. And then the other piece of that would be kind of de-siloing a lot of our systems that are serving kids. So how is special education being integrated into PLCs to serve students with exceptionalities as well? So I think that's another piece that I think about, and I think as a through point for all of these is how are we measuring that, and how are we using multiple types of data sources to define success.
So there's that starting to get into monitoring a little bit, which is okay. Sometimes you have to think about monitoring to define what you want this constraint to be. So anyway, but we are putting together plans on how we're going to monitor these. Any other feedback?
I don't know if this is feedback, but just like, I'm thinking, right, like we have this different levels, right? Like how do we know that when a campus needs help with PLC, like what does that process look like? Like making sure that campus is getting what they need. Like that support, that training, that just, I don't even know if that goes in there, but I'm just thinking again, like we have, again, campuses who they don't need the extra support, and you have some campuses who do. Like, how do we know that administration and your team are being held accountable to getting those campuses what they need?
Yeah. That's good.
Sorry, I had actually written something down and I just saw that. And just ensuring that we're guarding the teacher's PLC time, that it's the teacher's PLC time is being held protected, yeah.
Sure.
All right, next one.
Okay, so the next one was this theme around use of instructional materials in our curriculum. Some of the comments have been about consistent use and the expectations around use, so I'll just open it up.
All right, we'll go this. Yep.
So this would be along the lines of how do we know, like instead of turning over or trying to turn over curriculum or instruction materials frequently, like this is not working, how do we know that it is really being used properly as opposed to, and students are learning from it and teachers know how to deliver the instruction using that curriculum as opposed to, well, this might not be working, let's look at something else or find additional, and make sure it's complete so everybody uses the same materials and not looking for additional materials elsewhere.
I think for me, again, going back to the audit report, is that consistency, right, at campuses, making sure our staff understand how to use our curriculum. And so for me, it's not, it goes beyond that. It's like administration, what is administration doing to help support staff at those campuses? We know that science curriculum rollout was insane, but our administrators at y'all's level did a great job for them, really doing what they could to support. And so that to me, I feel like is, how do we know that that's happening? I just, because I feel like if our principals and our educators in the classroom have the support they need and they feel like they have the capacity, right, then they're going to be able to do what they need to do. But I just don't know. That's one of my big things. Nikosi.
Yeah, well, I think similar what comes to mind is like ease of use and accessibility, and just ensuring that that it's just an efficient process for educators to access the materials and resources we have available to them.
So I do, on this one, I do think about what monitoring might look like and work backwards into that. So I think some monitoring might be updates from y'all on how you're following the audit. I think, other monitoring reports might include updates on the curriculum being utilized. I mean, going a little bit deeper in that. The way I kind of was toying with the language on that is for a constraint overall, like pulling it up, is that the superintendent shall not allow material inconsistency in access to grade level instruction across campuses without identifying a variance, explaining the impact, and presenting the corrective plan and timeline. And I think for me, the reason I liked that wording in a constraint is it had kind of like this part that said, look, if something's going on, you're going to be aware of it and you're going to tell us about it too. So it's not just a report, but it's like you're not only going to tell us, it's not something that's normal. And so I would love to see just kind of that expectation. And I know we can't, fidelity is the word that we're not going to be using, but it's going to be something else, I'm guessing. But how do we know that a student who goes to Glenn and then might move to Rouse is not going to be getting completely different instruction, right? Where somebody's like, oh, well, it was really rigorous at this campus and not rigorous at that campus. And this goes to all of those pieces we're talking about. And I just feel like if we're spending money on curriculum to design curriculum and develop it, there should be an expectation it's being used. At what level and at what percent, I don't know, y'all figure that out. But I just feel like that's not there, and I would like to see that.
I do like the way that one is worded that you just read, because it also acknowledges that there's time to correct. So it doesn't have to, when we come, everybody's, yep, it's 100% or 50% you failed. It's okay, so there's time that, yes, you know about it and you're responding and you're telling us what you're doing. I like the wording.
And I would just say, well, you've all been talking about the consistency of it, the curriculum, the instructions, that were consistent as possible, so that if there was an evaluation of someone falling behind, you know.
I just want to build on what Nkosi said around accessibility and ease of use. I think about ease of use for, obviously for extension, but also for accommodations. So how easy is it for teachers to implement accommodations, modifications, and how consistently are they doing that with those instructional materials? Knowing that for some kids too, accommodations might mean more tech use versus less tech use, and so kind of thinking about reducing as much as possible the burden on special education teachers to thinking about how our curriculum and materials allow for an easier implementation of students' accommodations.
All right, are we good with this one? Nope, keep going.
The only other thing that comes to mind, I think, and again, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, maybe not our space, but thinking about and I think we're starting to do this, but the coordination of digital learning, and that there's some level of coordination with digital learning. And I don't know, yeah, but so that is a constraint.
That's a good one.
Before we go to the next one, I wanted to say something, but I want to make sure we're done here. Huh? Oh. No, so I think, just as a thought, so I've looked at a few other districts that have done constraints, and they mostly have 4. So I'm just being mindful, 4 for the superintendent and 4 for the board. So in that mindset, think of student experience and program and pathway access. Could those be combined? Because student experience, I think, has been discussed as what's the experience like, what's the learning going to be like? Pathways and programs, is everybody accessing stuff that on an equitable basis? So, yeah.
Yeah, I think they could be combined, definitely.
So think of that as you're giving feedback around these.
All right, Paul, do you want to kick that off, please?
Yeah, I would agree. That would be they're basically almost saying not quite the same thing, but they're so similar. Every student experience is important. Every teacher's experience is important. And what an awesome responsibility our new superintendent has. So the more nimble and agile you can do for those, the better I think your success will be, not just for you, but for the kids and the teachers.
Trish?
I'm looking at my wording going, yeah, I did. The word I had for it is, or the kind of sentence was, superintendent shall not maintain Programs are pathways that systematically exclude or underserved student groups, right? Without letting the board know of the barriers, participation disparities, and mitigation action. And I think there is something about, how are we connecting students with their experience and passions? And I think there's that other component. I'm not really sure how that would be written as a guardrail or a constraint, but I think that's going to be critical as we're looking at these HB3, or we're looking at these goals that we have as a board. There can be a tendency where we're only going to focus on a star score, and we just don't want to lose that authenticity and quite profound student experience. So that needs to be somehow in there.
Yeah, I think the way I connect them is that a student experience sometimes kids come to school for a CTE course or a sports team that they're on, and they participate in English because they know they have to keep their grades at a certain level. Sometimes, but then it's the program that keeps them engaged in a good experience. But the other side of it is, what is the experience like in every English class? Is the learning engaging? Is the learning exciting? Do kids want to participate regardless of those other things? So that's why I think these go together, but they're like two sides of the same coin. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Good. All right, I'm going to combine my notes for student experience and pathways, right? And so one, I had the superintendent shall ensure that students are engaged, feel that student engagement, belonging, and voice are measured and improved. And some thoughts around that would be, participation in the extracurriculars, absenteeism, and that would speak to that, some kind of attendance, and then discipline data, and proportionality around discipline, and then the personalized learning, personalized pathways that support academic growth, engagement, post-secondary readiness, and so the student portfolios that we would constrain around every student having portfolio, and I think we said 6-year plan, or like whatever X-year plan based on where they are.
So I know we've had some conversations as far as when we get these presentations, like students participating in fine arts. Like, I want to know, yeah, you can participate, right? But I want to know, like, the success measure of those students in those programs. Like, I don't want it just to be a checkbox for some of our students in these different subpopulations. Because to me, going back to attendance and discipline and whatnot, if a student has their passion and they feel included and they're like enjoying this extracurricular, it's not math, reading, science, whatever, they're going to show up to school. That's what's going to be the key thing that keeps them there. And so for me, it's really I don't know what success looks like. That's going to be on y'all. But I want to see more information than just, 10% of students in special education participated in band. Well, I want to know a little more about that. Are we giving them every access and opportunity when they're experiencing these different pathways and programs? And I'll share the mic.
All right, so similar to what Nkosi had said, I had seen some reporting that was done from the student involvement perspective and how that reporting attendance from that lens. Like the students who are engaged in school clubs or what have you, they have higher attendance rates than those who don't. And so you're trying to move that needle with the student experience, not in that way it translates to higher attendance. But what I was thinking of was actually outside of some of the things we've been discussing is things that are happening outside of the classroom. So like, for example, how are the facilities doing? Are bathrooms open or are they closed? Or are the facilities adequate for student learning? And so that's kind of what I was thinking about it from that perspective. Yeah, because that affects their experience.
Listening to you all, I like going last. Listening to you all, I almost can see how student experience, program and pathway access, enrollment, and attendance and discipline all roll into each other, because I think that they there's a reciprocal relationship there between all of those pieces. Attendance is an issue for students for lots of different reasons. A lot of them often relate to student experience, program, and pathway access. So I think for me, thinking through all of those together would fit. And then again, just going back to, I don't need to see disaggregated data, but just to know that we're digging deeper into what's driving outcomes and how we can more efficiently target those main drivers.
I think mine is just going back what Nkosi said about discipline. We know HB6 was implemented this year and it's caused quite the ruckus. To me, I worry with that implementation of that bill, it's restricting students' access to some of these programs. So I think it's important for us to really kind of keep track and monitoring what students are being impacted the most and what are they missing out.
And I would love for us here to like really double down on the student surveys that we're taking. I feel like that's the student voice, and can we make sure that that's reliable data and that there's increased participation and that it's accurate? But I think that is probably that's the pulse on the student experience, and so I think amplifying that.
So I got plus ones. So Nkosi was talking about the personalized learning and student portfolios. And one of the language suggestions that came out at one point for guardrails was possibly that the superintendent's going to focus on improving student learning and school experience by helping students identify and pursue their individual needs and interests. And I think there's a way to tie that into those student portfolios and kind of where they're going. I also think that's also a plus one too for Anna's comment as well. If we can help students find their individual interest or goals, I think it'll be that much more robust. I think, so I had a high school kiddo, my oldest, and she tried out for cheer and she didn't get it. Couldn't get the backflip nailed. What do you do at that point? And then, so to Anna's point about access, so sure, eventually she ended up on the chart in one of those extracurriculars, but did she really find that passion? Could we have somehow connected her to her? Is there something we could have done to help them pursue their needs? When goal one falls, how do you plug them back in? How do we go get them? And I think that is missing in our system and would be just beautiful to kind of see if there's something we could be intentional about there. And then yes, discipline will be my other plus one for Laura, because just thinking about our kiddos that are in Leo, some of them are there because the environment in which they're in is not working. And so is there extracurricular to get them back on track, or is there another way to address that environment to get them in something, to get them to their next? We all know getting them a high school degree is the best way to get them good funding in the future, but there are other alternate examples. There is a GED we could help them with. If that's the only thing that they want to do at that point. So I'm just curious about this holistic, all these pieces. Turns out I absolutely love the discussion on this area. So yeah.
It's interesting. I was talking with the principal for New Hope High School because recently I was trying to help someone who had a not great student experience. They had left. Years later, their mom actually can really help them out, apparently, get a better job. But at his age, they're like, well, we still require a diploma. And when I was talking with the New Hope High School, I said, I don't understand how come you're not like, and I don't want to be naive and simplify it too much, but you're not in every school. So there's a student experience like, you know what, man, I just want to get done. So maybe if you went to Leo, maybe if you had just something. And but apparently there is a state rule. They can only have one address for where they're located, so they can't be at all the schools. New Hope, yeah.
Well, but we can, we're going to expand New Hope so we can bring more kids to that program, though.
Right, but we
that
can't.
need it. Yeah.
But we can't take it to the kids, because that's what she was saying. She was saying there's a problem because on the southern part the kids won't come up because it's just too far.
Right.
And I said, well, there's space. I know it. I've seen it. You know, with your predecessor, I actually looked for it. I said, I want to see all the campuses. I want to see the dirt. I want to see what we own. We do have spaces all over the district that could be utilized. I mean, how we pay for it, where zoning and all that, I get it, but there is opportunity. It's just surprising to me. And I told the next time I go to the Capitol, and that I'm going to bring it up with some of our legislatures, like, you know, why are you getting in our kids' way? If you really want to help, then let us help the kids.
So I'm thinking that the expansion of New Hope will help with a lot of that, but it's going to be centralized. So you're talking about kids who are in extreme ends, so on the north side, on the south side. We learned about a platform called Twilight. Is that kind of like a stopgap for students who don't qualify for New Hope, who cannot make it to New Hope because there might be a wait list? I'm just curious.
Do you want to come up? Somebody want to come up and explain it? I don't want to do it incorrectly, but.
Yeah, so Twilight is it's a night school. So it's a credit recovery program. You could be a New Hope student and take advantage of Twilight, but there's students all across our district and our comprehensives who use it. Typically, we actually have some that are like, they may have not graduated, but they're not in school, and they can also take advantage of the program and help get the credits that they need so that they can finish for graduation. So you're talking a lot about like working students who work full-time, and then they can come in the evening and get some work done with the support of our staff.
And where do they get the help? Is it on their campus, or is it a specific campus?
So
or is
right
it online?
now, currently, we actually hold it at Leo. So in the years past, it's been on different comprehensive campuses. LHS has held it there for a while. We were just in the building. It was actually on one of the PLC days where we had the students come. The enrollment is like at an all-time high right now. So we've got tons and tons of kids. That whole big giant Leo professional development room we have was completely full of students. So Ashley Metzger is one of our district people. She's incredible. She's worked with Ashley Hashberger, who's the AP at Leo, to build that program this year and expand that access.
Wouldn't you say the need has always been there? We're just doing a better job of getting the kids in, is my understanding. Okay.
Exactly, yes.
And did we add a south location?
We did. We added a south this year.
Yeah.
Yes, and that was in partnership with Ashley and Vandegrift. And so they're serving students down there in the south as well.
Okay, thanks. And their counselors will be the avenue by which the students know about this.
Between
program.
that and then the marketing that Ashley has worked with SCR team to make sure that we have all our flyers out through our comprehensive, not just the high school counselors, but New Hope. We have lots of different efforts to make sure that people are aware of that service.
I've seen that flyer at my kids' campus, and I think the cool thing about it, I was talking to a student in our area, that it's flexible for the student. So you have students who do work, right? And they can they're still getting that Twilight program, but if they have to work that night, they can still access that information or their lessons online with the help of our educators that are there. So I think that's awesome. We're meeting students where they need to be and not putting barriers, because if they're having to, I'm sure some of these kids are having to work 30, 40 hours a week. And so the fact that we're willing to meet them there and giving them that opportunity, y'all have changed this program already all around already in the last 5 years.
Well, I feel like that kind of goes to what you were talking about. Sorry, Paul.
Exactly. No, thank you for doing that. And, it really takes great courage to admit you need help. And talking with the mom, and she was just like, I want him to take that leap. And so thank you for doing what you're doing, and keep with that advertising, because how many other kids are out there knowing that they have another shot.
So, Sade, you brought this up, and it made me think of something. I don't know if this is where you were going, but I tend to think about this program and pathway access as CTE, fine arts, and athletics. We also have things like Twilight, early college, high school, New Hope High School that can be embedded into this, around this. Yeah, I think that's maybe a way that we expand this.
Well, it's kind of part
in
of the
reporting.
individual needs of the student. Those are their needs. They need that type of campus and that type of learning environment.
Thinking about like inclusive environments, so expanding or yeah, thinking about like inclusive environments that can serve a wider variety of individual needs, what that looks like. I know that's a balance with lots of other factors, but thinking about the needs of students and how we can do that in the most inclusive way possible fits into that, I think.
I like that because I feel like it kind of plays into kind of our whole like long-range planning and what we want to look at facilities. How are we meeting the needs of students? Like I really, it is. I mean, it's different ways of learning in the classroom. I like that. All right, board, are we okay? Dr. Clark,
Yeah.
you want to move us along? Next
So
one.
I think if we move to, what I heard you say is we can enrollment, attendance, and discipline. Honestly, I feel like enrollment, attendance, and discipline can be addressed through a constraint on that unless you are thinking differently. But also, those are really important in terms of the monitoring piece. That's stuff we're going to bring to you, that data. I don't know that we need a specific attendance constraint. It can be it's the goal of the program Pathway Access Student Experience is to attract new enrolled students, keep kids here out of trouble and attending school. That's what I'm kind of, yeah.
I would say, my opinion would be certainly the attendance and discipline. I would push probably to keep enrollment just where we are, to keep that separate, almost a different constraint, because it's a different set of activities that's required for enrollment.
I agree with you. I don't want the board to get back down on that path where we were in operations. Like we already have this right here. We're going to be getting updates. This right there, I feel like will get us down where we're trying to go down that road. I like what you're saying, Nikosi.
To keep it separate on its own, yeah. And I do think when we're looking at enrollment, I think it's not only monitoring enrollment and the new students coming in, it's new students coming in from outside of the area, it's new students coming in from within our district. Where are they going when they come in? And also, I think it's retention. I think retention is really important as well, because I think overall, if it's a guardrail, we want to see as we're doing all these things that families are consistently choosing our district, right?
Go ahead.
You want to go to impactful family engagement then?
Yeah, let's do it. All right, let's start. Who do we start with? You? Let's go with you now.
So for me, I think about meaningful family engagement because I think a small number of families could have could be impactful on the system, which is important for all families to feel engaged. So but I think for me, more holistically, thinking about how we find ways to engage families where they are and in the means that they have the capacity to engage. So, so that I think for me that's really important. So not every family is going to be able to come to a meeting or to, volunteer at the school or, so what does engagement look like for the families that typically we don't have a lot of engagement from? How do we modify our strategies or think differently to engage all families? So I think that piece sticks with me.
I think about it from the different levels, so elementary school, middle school, secondary, because it appears to look different at all levels, and also just making sure with any of these, similar to how we talked about curriculum and instruction, the first two bullets, being system-wide, not some schools or some areas of the district. It's more engaging than others. So really having a system-wide strategy for this.
I think for me, I love our parent groups, PTA and PTOs, but I really would like for us to stop using that as a baseline of how we're doing our family engagement. I say that as because, I mean, our PTAs and PTOs are feeling they don't feel as if they're been fully supported in the last couple of years, and they just kind of feel like we're checking the box, like, oh, family engagement, we're done, goodbye. So I really would like just to kind of strengthen those relationships with those parents, because at the end of the day, those PTAs and PTOs and boosters, those are the boots on the ground, essentially getting our students and staff what they need when our budget can't cover it. And then the other thing, real quick, I just thought of this was, it kind of goes with curriculum, but family engagement is more than just events and going to the school. It's that other piece. So I keep thinking about my kid's 6th grade math teacher and how she's constantly monitoring with data and whatnot. She's sending parents information on how to read our MAP scores. She's sending parents information on this is what your daughter or your student should be expected to learn, and tying it to the graduate profile. Like, I want to see that kind of impactful in family engagement, because then parents feel like they have ownership of their kids' learning, and there's not just some wild guess, is my kid learning or not? What are they doing? But that's what I want to see more of.
1+1 to Laura in terms of like meeting families where they are and almost providing guides to family on how they can engage. It reminds me of when we were at the chamber and we were speaking to the business community, and they had different tiers of like, here's how you can start and here's how you can build on that. And so I could imagine something like that. I just think it needs to be grounded in supporting student learning, right? So it's not communication, it's not just an update, but it really is like, how do I empower families to support student learning? The other kind of comment I have is I think about it and I think we're just changing our whole mindset, even as we think about enrollment and all of these pieces, like thinking about it from a retail company, like they're thinking about the customer experience and just thinking about they're thinking about the whole journey. And so I want us to take that mindset of like, what is the experience from everything they have to engage in? How are we making it easy for them to engage? The only other pieces would be, as we mentioned, I think a commitment to going after families that are not already engaged, or not easily engaged, or that don't meet the profile of
Who's not showing up.
Who's not, figuring out who's not showing up, who's not, and meeting them where they are.
I'd like to do a +1 for Nicosi's, definitely finding those families who aren't engaged. Differential reach needs to happen, right? There are some people who's going to get touched by every single communication we send out. There are going to be some families who will get nothing, and so I think that is important. I also, +1 in Laura and Nicosi, is talking about how do we get families where they're at. I think Nicosi one day said, hey, when they're getting born in the hospital, can we take them a little LISD packet? And also, the business cycles, is there a way? So I agree with that. I love that idea of focusing on the user experience. And I think the tendency could be to do like analytics. So then we'll have event counts or communication volume. And I think that is absolutely the wrong way to go for this, because that's just numbers. That's not kind of what Anna was talking about, right? More of that in depth. And I also +1 for Anna for consistent. I totally agree with that as well. I think what I would like to see to add to all of the great conversations, because really just +1. Oh, and +1 on Sade system-wide. But what I'd like to see is when I first got here back in 2015, I said, hey, can I have like a list of like all the different ways like we as a district focus on like getting community engaged, getting really parents engaged. And it was really hard. I get it, my question, to try to do a list. But I think it would be a beneficial practice to really know when we focus on student learning, how are we communicating that system-wide, consistently? What does that look like for us? It would be good to define how we do communication and really to know it. It's not just like, oh, it can happen over there, and oh, it happens over there. Like, we actually can operationalize this. We can actually define what this looks like in our system, and then we can eventually measure that and see how it's doing. But I don't know if we have a clear understanding of what that is that we do.
Paul?
I don't really have anything to add for that one. I think you guys really covered it.
Can I add one quick thing? Sorry. The other piece for me of impactful family engagement is families seeing the fruits of engaging. So how are we circling back around to show we can't always do exactly what the community asks us to do, but to show that it's worthwhile for them to engage because there is an outcome.
All right, board, moving on next. All right, next one.
Oh, sorry. The next one is operational systems. A lot of these things are articulated in the resolution, or there are some things about operations listed in the resolution. One of the things I had a thought here is, can we align so we don't end up with all these random different things driving our work? It's hard to monitor and keep up with all that. So I'm not saying get rid of the resolution. I just keep that in your mind. I know we are as we think about this.
Paul, do you want to start us off, Paul?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to get too deep in it, but effective, efficient, and sustainable operational systems that align with the board goals and resolution. And I understand that's, how we're trying to keep, again, the guardrails of how I'd almost want to say that align with the superintendent's goals and resolution than ours. And I know that might sound a little different. I want him to have the ownership to be successful, and we're like on the sides just making sure he's got all the support he needs in those sustainable operational systems. I don't know if that makes any sense, what I'm trying to get to, but that's what I got.
Trish?
Two things. One, I just don't want this to be siloed. It just feels sometimes like operations is just by itself. Like, how do we run well operationally, efficiently? And I think those are great conversations, but we could spend forever approaching this in all the different ways. I want to see us tie the academics into this. Does this get us to that goal? How does it get us to that goal, right? That way the conversations all stay outcome focused. I think not siloing budget would be really good. And I also would like to see it in kind of like that, it's in our resolution, but this 10-year plan. Because for me, what 10 years means is education's gonna look different. It already does in a few months. It's gonna even look more. So what are we building to? And what are our operations going to, right? Instead of we're just maintaining a similar building or a similar HVAC system, more, where are we gonna do with education? What are our buildings growing for our community? What does this look like? And this is where we're gonna go, and because we're going and we're putting money and time into this, this is what we're gonna see in student outcomes. And I hope would have, real, community input in this, that there'd be some type of monitoring where if we're going off and we're not doing the things we told the community, that would be really clear on it, because sometimes it gets messy. And so those are the pieces I'm thinking of.
I want a +1 to Trish. I'm not sure if I can +2. Can you +2? Can you plus more than one? So it's certainly around the 10-year plan. I think the more we can cast a vision, and that's our job even as a board and Team 8, just cast a vision for what education looks like. And you all are the experts, and so super excited for you all to get in, tell us what education even looks like in general in 10 years, and then how we build an infrastructure to support that. One thing that pops up into my mind here is that there's actionable decision-making, data-based decision-making at all levels. And so just increasing our use of data across the board and demonstrating that. But yeah, there's just data integrated in all of our processes. We talked the financial sustainability piece. I think there's just a ton of pressure on in this area, and like I hope it becomes an opportunity for us to like leverage new technology. Like I want to see us leveraging AI, leveraging emerging technology to make the lives of our principals and teachers easier. And so like that's what, when I think about that area, that's what I think about.
I'm going to be honest, this area concerns me a little bit, and the only reason why I say this, it's not because I don't want to put guardrails, but we have this amazing resolution that we've added to twice. And what I worry about, and what we've done before in the past, is we like to make up things here, and they never connect. And then we give admin extra work to give us a bunch of different data that eventually they do cross-connect, but we're still spending time doing all these different things. I like the idea of tying this to student learning. I get concerns about us trying to get back into where we were last September, and our board meetings were heavy operational, and we were really lost the focus of student learning. And so for me, I understand that where some of the board members are coming back with some of this, but again, we have this resolution. And so that's where I'm just trying to figure out the balance between the two. If we do this, then is the resolution null and void, or are we going to expect administration to do both? And what does that progress and monitoring look like to the board? Because, I mean, eventually we're going to be we know we have, where's that book? Hold on. This thing, I have it right here. We have this, there it is. As a board, we have this calendar. We know what we're getting updates. We see this here, and it has a lot of this information that you guys have put down or suggested for guardrails. So I guess for me, I'm just trying to understand, we have this already, but we're going to put it in here. I'm just trying to make things easy for administration. I worry we're opening up a can of worms, and we're going to get back to where we were last September, focused off learning in the classroom, focused off what's happening to our students, because we saw in September this board gets into the weeds, especially with operations, because that's a big topic right now. So I'm just trying to find the alignment between this, our resolution, and that.
So when I read this, or when I look at this, I kind of think about it from the perspective of monitoring, but in terms of try not to get data overload. So really monitoring from the perspective of the superintendent evaluation, and that's what will drive the behaviors. But that was pretty much what came to my mind.
For me, I think about the piece that does, in my mind, directly connect to student learning, which is things like sufficient space within a building that isn't necessarily captured by our capacity numbers. So for example, we saw tonight that we have exponential increases in special education. So you could have a campus that maybe has like 5 SLE classrooms. And so what does that look like for space for them? How does that impact student learning? And that can look different from campus to campus depending on what supports are needed for individual needs, right, within that. So it kind of ties into, if we're looking at, for example, special education growth, how is that impacted by the space within the building? Is there not a space for PLC because there's a need for a PLC room or something like that? So I think, to me, that's where this ties to our goals directly, is that those resources needed to implement the core features, of the programs that we're doing.
Okay, I'm going to make a suggestion here because it is 10:09, and everybody else that's presenting tonight is like, when is he going to be done with this? So we were going to go to board constraints or guardrails. So right now, next board meeting, Brenda is going to be talking about the board implementation guide. So this has been since December, been putting this together based on different feedback loops from the board, but also other principals, et cetera, that have been in the trainings. If you remember, we did those big T charts with Janelle. Some of you did them 2, maybe even 3 times. And then Brenda had a very specific activity that she did during the retreat in December with just the board, and myself and Sarah Grissom were there. I'm wondering, since we have a time crunch tonight, if we could wait until we get to this discussion and see if we can figure out how the key actions, maybe they just serve as the board guardrails. I don't know. Like, we can have that discussion next time, basically, is what I'm wondering. I know that, I don't know.
Can
Yes.
I throw out just
Sure.
what I had taught, just so everybody's on the same page, what I had asked or suggested? I did throw out the word, instead of guardrails, being board commitments.
Yeah.
Because guardrails and constraints usually are more aimed, towards the management, the things that administration will do, and commitments are, this is how the board will act. This is how the board's going to handle themselves.
Yeah.
So I did suggest that wording. And I did, I'm gonna be looking at, and we'll continue to look at, like, what is already, like you said, what words and what things do we already have in place versus what's new here?
Yeah.
And so I'm looking at, what do we already have in place in policy? What do we already have in place in board operating procedures? And then in my head's gonna be thinking about, and just tell me if I'm wrong about this, if we end up doing a 360 evaluation on the board, we ask, out, what do y'all think about the job we're doing? Would this commitment be something, are these things that we're adopting be something that could actually be reflected and could be reflected back in a 360? So I don't know if that's the right way to go, but I just wanted you to know where my thought was. So
Sure. So here, tentatively, I don't know that we're going to be ready to approve goals and constraints on the 7th, but we might be able to with the PLC. We'll kind of recalibrate around that. Definitely by June 18th, what we would love to bring, and we've already started working about, all of us that went to NSBA saw various scorecards. And so that's the format that I think has clicked with us in administration, that's the way for us to report out to the board. It's very concrete, concise, but it allows us to also go deeper in certain areas. So I'm feeling pretty excited about that as well. So really, June 18th is our big date, where we'll bring a draft to you. Then we have July 23rd. I know that seems like a long ways away, but it's not, where we have a special board meeting to kind of kick off the year. And so we would maybe have that more finalized there, and we're kicking off the year with, here's our focus and here's how we're going to monitor and report out. So great discussion. I know it was long, but I think we needed to do this. It was very valuable to me, so I hope it was to you as well. Thank you.
All right, board members, if you have any questions, to get with Chris. And until then, we'll wait till May 7th. Good work, y'all. All right, we are going to take a 10-minute break, y'all. 10 minutes. So please be back in 10 minutes. It is 10:26 p.m. and the board is back from our 11-minute break. Next, we will move to 7C1, discussion of the 2026-2027 total compensation recommendations. Ooh, take it away, y'all.
Thank you, Madam President, School Board, and Dr. Clark. We are here tonight to talk about our 26-27 total compensation recommendations. Tonight we're going to be providing you information and get input from you regarding our total rewards package and the recommendations for our 26-27 year compensation plan. And that aligns with our strategic goal number 2 for empowered staff. So when we're looking in Leander ISD at our employee experience, we call it total rewards because we're looking at all the aspects of their employment that really supports them and their families and allows them to be successful in our system and stay in our system for a long time. So tonight we're going to focus on 2 parts of that total rewards package, pay and benefits. And the reason this is so timely and important for us is as you are working on your budget planning for next year, 88% of that budget comes from or is paid these 2 areas. So pay is 83% and benefits is 5% of your total budget for next year. So we're going to start with benefits. And as we've been doing, we have a couple of questions for you guys to consider as you're listening to the presentation today. First of all, how do the benefits cost influence our compensation and budget planning? And then also, what is that balance between ensuring we have a great employee experience and then the long-term financial sustainability of the district? And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Adam Stadler, who is the Senior Vice President, of Marsh McLennan Agency, our benefits advisor.
Good evening, y'all. I think we'll start by just kind of taking a look at what has been discussed in the past, what some of the decisions were, and what we're looking at on a go-forward basis. So we are looking at kind of medical and pharmacy claims trend as of earlier this year, around 4.5%, assuming 0% population growth for the district. If you look there in the very middle, the things that we want to focus on is we were on a very good clip of moving forward and increasing the district's contribution until a change after 2022, and in 2023, we went from a per eligible funding solution to a per enrolled. And what that means is the district was essentially contributing to anybody and everybody that was eligible for the benefits plan. They were taking that money and putting it aside into the health fund, right, to help grow it and keep it healthy so that we had enough money to handle any of the fluctuating medical claims or pharmacy claims that were coming in on a weekly basis. By moving to the per enrolled basis, we had a very good healthy fund balance back then, but by moving so, we did drop it down to a $410 contribution from the district. We do see then in 2024 an increase up to $460, and it has since been holding steady at $510 for the last several years. The reason that's important, if you look at the smaller print on the right-hand side, it accounts for a reduction in funding since that time of change of about $7.7 million. So where we had a healthy fund balance of roughly 35% of the total cost of the health plan, to stave off some of these increases or be able to reinvest from a surplus standpoint, that fund has been diminishing over time. Well, so what does that mean and what does that look like? Here is that yellow line is where we're talking about roughly 35% of the total healthcare spend needed to be in the account to help with any high cost claim months, or let's say we were making significant changes, moving to a different carrier. We needed that money in there to handle any run out claims or claims that had not yet been fully processed by the insurance carriers via the hospitals. The blue bars represent the fund and the fund balance and where we were looking. If you look there again in that 23 age or time frame, that's when we made the change to the fund, and you can see that it quickly started to deteriorate, and we have since used the majority of the fund, and we anticipate the end of this year the fund balance to be completely depleted. This is looking at the total health plan costs on a per employee per year basis. So the way that we like to show this to you is we'll start on the right-hand side just to show the major percentages. That 56%, That's the amount that the district picks up or contributes on an annual basis for the overall cost of the health plan. Your employees are picking up the other 44%, and it's broken up in two different buckets. The darker gold there, that's going to be the employee premiums. That's what's coming out of their paychecks each month to help also offset the total cost of the fund. And then the employee benefit payments, those are your out-of-pocket expenses. Think co-pays, co-insurance, deductibles, et cetera. Okay? Looking at some of the historical changes, now I know that we were showing that 56 roughly percent, 44% that the employees were picking up. When we look at a 10-year average, the actual increase to employee contributions is less than 5%. Yes, back in 2018, we were in a similar situation where we made the hard decision, you all made the hard decision as a district to dramatically increase the overall cost from a contribution standpoint for employees to help bring the fund into a healthier position. I will say we had 2 very good years from a claim standpoint, is what we would say, where we were able to build that fund balance up in about 2.5 years when we were projecting 5. COVID, you all were one of the few employers that we worked with that really did not have major spikes in overall healthcare cost, which again attributed to us being able to build that fund balance pretty quickly. Which is where you see in 2020, 21, 22, we lowered premiums or employee contributions at one point, and then we were able to hold them steady because of that healthy fund balance, and we made minimal plan design changes to make sure that we were able to account for some of the other increases. As of 2026, we've since limited that increase for employees from $10 to $20 max per month. When we look at the savings opportunities that I was talking about, there are really only a handful of levers that you're going to be able to pull. So when you think about benefits and the overall fund that needs to be there to pay for the health plan, it really comes down to 3 buckets. What the employer, what you all are contributing, what the employees are paying out of their paychecks and monthly premiums, and then what the plan design looks like. And the plan design is where we can get creative. There are things that we can do, cost avoidance structures and strategies, whether that's negotiations and adjustments with other providers or carriers. For example, over the past 3 years, we've removed duplicative telemedicine, meaning once we implemented the clinic this past year, knowing that that members had the ability to call, text, FaceTime with their providers, we really didn't need something like a teledoc. We wanted it to be integrated with the health plan. We didn't want to confuse our people. We added the clinic, as I said. We expanded stop-loss protection, which is the reinsurance that the district needs. We expanded Blue Cross Shield, what's called the advanced payment review. Think of this as payment integrity, making sure that providers and hospitals are not accidentally, potentially fraudulently, or inaccurately billing for claims. But it's also a way to audit high-cost claims and any outliers that we kind of look at and go, doesn't make sense. So that's what the advanced payment review plan was. And then for the preventive plans, we were seeing things in the data that we were thinking were alarming and concerning, but you're not unlike many employers out there where we are seeing cancer just rampant across many of our employer health plans. So these are early detection screening options that people have at their disposal, one through BEXA and another through GRAIL. That can also be done within the clinic. We've done on-site seminars and events to try and get some excitement around it, but also the RX finders. So think of this as financial assistance solutions for employees. The prescription drug industry, we know that there are more and more medications coming out or patents that are being extended, and the drugs are just expensive. So there are ways that we are able to help people pay for the medications. It also helps lower the cost for the district. Overall, one big highlight here, call your attention to since 2017, since we've been involved in pulling these levers and working with you all and explaining what the opportunities were from a savings standpoint, we've been able to hold off about $19.5 million in added expense to the district. So on average, just by making some of the slight changes like we talked about in the first few bullet points, each year it's on average about $1.9 million in savings that we're able to account for. Benefits for the Frontier Direct Clinic that was built in 2025, and these statistics are actually as of April 1st, 26. We're at 48% utilization. When we first started talking about this a year ago, we were really striving to get to about 30% utilization, and we hit that before the end of third quarter last year. So now that we're at 48% utilization, we have over half of your participation, your members, that have had a visit or a touch point with one of the doctors at the clinic. Because of this, they've had to add another PCP to the clinic to make sure that we're keeping the patient panel at a manageable level so that people can actually have a conversation with their doctor versus 2.5 minutes that we see as standard. We're seeing a lot more time that people are able to engage with their providers. We have over 11,000 visits. Now that's not just somebody texting saying thank you, that is an actual diagnosis that has taken place and people interacting with the plan to date. Okay. We also expanded some weekend hours, some after hours as well, just knowing your population, and that's the beauty of it being y'all's clinic, is we get to see the metrics, we get to see the utilization, and if we need to add time, we get to add time, which is great. Same-day appointments, no cost to employees for general needs. They also have the ability, if anybody's been through it or heard some of the stories, where if you start your care journey at the clinic with your PCP, anything that's referred out, if they're able to, is no out-of-pocket cost to the employees and their families, which has been pretty spectacular. And we have several instances where we know for a fact that's been happening, and the stories are, they warm your heart, let's just put it that way. All right, so when we look at the actual benefits that Leander has in place, we kind of look at this from an ARV, or an actuarial relative value. So how far does an employee's dollar go when they're seeking care? When you look at the top two, these are the Leander plans, and these are taking the clinic, and because of the utilization that we're seeing, into account at 84% for the PPO, and then all the way on the far hand right side down to 83.9. If you look at some of the other districts that we are putting up against from a benchmark standpoint, you all have the highest ARV, or your employees' dollars go the farthest with your health plans. So you're offering very good health plans. Even if we were to take the Frontier data out of this, you're still above your competition. And by the way, each of these other school districts, some of the measures that they've had to take are implementing an HMO, which is similar to what TRS has had to do, and they've expanded those within TRS. You all today, as a self-funded employer, we have not had to go down that path. Now, using the clinic kind of has a little bit of a feel of that, but it still gives you all the choice. In terms of what the district is contributing, I think the key one that we need to look at is that third bullet point from a competitive standpoint. What you all contribute on a monthly basis towards your employees and their health plan is $510, and you can see where everyone else stacks up. In summary, I think I just said this, but you all have very rich benefits. If we look at the other districts in the area, they are all also self-funded, which means it gives you the flexibility. You're able to prioritize things. Leander has always had a very good culture of prioritizing employee affordability, especially as costs are rising and hospitals are renegotiating their contracts with carriers. There are so many things that you all are doing to try and hold off as much of that, passing that increase on to employees, so we applaud you for that. However, the current model is not self-sustaining, as we are seeing, due to changes not only at the funding level, at the local and state level, but the current models require intervention and will continue to need additional intervention without significant changes. But at some point, those significant changes are going to come because healthcare is just getting more and more expensive. And we see it, we know it, and the only other way to pass this on is to employees. So there may be some creative solutions brought to the table at some point that I know that we are evaluating, but it would not be to the detriment of the overall health plan.
So when we look at all of this information that Adam's just shared, we know that things have to change. And so the first step that we've taken is we created the HR Advisory Council, which has representatives from all different types of positions, as well as every campus and every department in the district, so that they can learn from us and give us feedback, but then also go and share that information with their departments and campuses and get feedback from their peers and share that with us as well. In our first meeting, we focused solely on benefits and had an 83% attendance rate, which I thought was fabulous for the first meeting. And we did record that so that they could all go back and look at that information again. So when we provided them that benefits information, we shared a lot of the information we just shared with you, and we also gave them some scenarios of potential changes that we could make to the healthcare plan to make it more affordable for the district and still provide the services for our employees. And so we gave them the information and asked them to go share it with their teams, and they gathered feedback, and we took that feedback, and then we're also looking at the district-wide employee benefit survey that MMA just completed to look at those results from our employees to be sure that we're really trying to, while we know something has to change, doing something that the employees still understand and value. One of the things that we looked at was looking at an HMO, but there was some concern about losing some choice there. And so we looked at different types of plans that similar to what we have now, reducing the number of plans we have, looking at the teacher retirement systems, active care, which is also an HMO, and got a lot of feedback there. Overall, what we found was, one, our employees really like choice. We have a really large variety of people and geographic location, and so they really wanted to keep their choice. That was very important to them. We also had a lot of them comment that they'd rather see an increase in premiums to reduce options. And so we're keeping those things in mind, and that, along with the survey results, will help guide how we move forward with our decision making. And so these are the things we know right now. You know, we're still early in the 2026 benefits cycle, so we don't have a lot of data, but we do know that we are going to have to increase employee premiums. We also know that we're going to have to change our plans. But we want to continue focusing on that employee choice. We also want to continue focusing on how we save money and how we contain the costs that are incurred both by the district and the employees. And then we also want to continue enhancing our Frontier partnership and educating our employees on the Frontier opportunities. So I get a lot of questions about when are you going to know about the benefits and how much it's going to cost. And that is hard to do this time of year because we just finished our first quarter. So right now we're in the input stage. Like I've just spoken about, we're about to move into the building stage with MMA and looking at our options and how we can build those out. Phase 3 would start around August with, looking at here are the plans that we're offering and what that cost may be. And then, of course, we'll do our open enrollment in October for implementation starting January 1st. And so with that, we're going to pause and take any questions you may have about benefits that Adam or I can answer for you.
So I would like to know, once you decide what that plan's going to look like in the premium, I would like you to get back from the committee. Now that you have something definite, here's what this looks like, or TRS, which one do you like better, right? Narrow the two options, because they had all these different things that depended. We got mixed feedback. Because that, when Ledge Committee goes to lawmakers, they're going to be saying, why are you not using the TRS? We're providing for that. That's where we're going to put more funding. That's where we're putting the money for your staff. Why are you not choosing that option? So I think to be able to make sure it's clear, here's A or here's B, that way we can use that data information. I think that'll be helpful. And then I think for the board, this to me kind of goes to commitments, right? I think as a board, this might be a great area for us to further think, are we going to say employees only spend up to blank % of premium, or is it that we want to make sure they have options, or is it, I think that might be where we can craft some of our commitments around the healthcare and employee benefits. So
I asked Adam to speak a little bit to the TRS for you.
So we did do an analysis for you all this year of looking at if we were to migrate to TRS, what would it look like? What would be the run out cost? What would be the options, right, that you would have of moving from a current district self-insured health plan to being part of the larger risk pool within TRS? We were about a one high cost claimant and a half away from deteriorating any savings that would create. So by moving into TRS, we also did talk about this with the HRAC. The district would lose control of the benefit structure. You would lose control of the clinic unless you wanted to pay for it yourself. There were a lot of things that you would lose control of, and the opportunity to remain competitive with your peers in other districts. So I think the ultimate decision looking at it was it ultimately didn't make sense this year, especially with some of the other options that we were looking at. And I think one that was up there, yes, looking at doing away with the carriers all in general and moving to a frontier-only based solution that is very innovative, it's very disruptive, it's very different, and we don't believe that we're ready for that yet either.
Yeah. No, and again, my reason between the two is
Yep.
to have the valuable feedback that as a ledge committee we can take back as we are working
Got it.
with legislative initiatives
Okay.
on what we would like or what would love for the legislature to be mindful of.
Sure.
Because TRS isn't the only place where districts are going to fund for healthcare benefits.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Agreed.
So can you go to page 13? I just want to clarify what I think I'm seeing here.
Oops.
Yes, 13, yes. So does this percentage on the right, on the extreme right, that percentage, is that the amount that the district is, that is paid for by the district? So the higher the percentage, the more costly it is to the district? Or
The
am I-
higher it is, yes, the more that the district is picking up. So
Okay.
the remainder of it, and the far right-hand side is an average of all the plans that are offered by those districts, right? So it's an average across all of them. So we absolutely have space if we wanted to, but again, you all have a very good perceived richness of your benefits, and employees are picking up, 44% of the cost. Now the big piece there that fluctuates the most is the employee benefit payments, and that's your deductible, copay, coinsurance, out-of-pockets. That's depending on who's using the plan and whether or not they have an out-of-pocket expense.
Okay, so the higher so the highest percentage right there is that 86.7%. So that means that out of all the implementations by the districts, that particular one is the one that costs our district
So these are your actual plans? Right?
Correct.
So the top two, and it's how does it compare to the other districts and the plan design makeup that they offer to their employees? What we're showing you here really is that your plans have a richer actuarial value compared to the other plan designs that are in place at other districts.
Basically, it's how far your dollar goes.
Right.
So, and that 86.7% is how far the dollars spent go. So that's including what the district's paying and what the employee is paying.
So you had mentioned that employees like choice. Is there a way that we're able to tell if they're, to the extent to which they're actually taking advantage of that choice?
Well, I would say what I do know is we have 71% of our employees taking advantage of our healthcare benefits, and we have it broken down as to how many people are on each type of plan, and so I do have that information I could share with you.
So one of the things I wonder about with Frontier is how many eligible, I don't want to say families, but like how many eligible like user IDs are repetitive users of Frontier? Like how many people are continuing to use it? So that's one thing just that I'm wondering about. But I also want to make sure I understand the numbers correctly, that we've had to infuse money into the fund balance not too long ago. Do we expect that we will need to do that again before we switch over to, before we make adjustments in January 2027?
It's a bit of looking into a crystal ball, but if we have the type of claims that we had last year, we will absolutely need to infuse more money into our account.
Okay.
If we have a better claims year, then we may be able to be okay without one, but I would think that we will need another infusion in the next several months.
And then is the goal that whatever we switch to in January would be more self-sustaining, that we wouldn't need future infusions?
It would be that we are working towards not needing future infusions.
Okay, but
So
we
starting
could
to build
to
our
get
budget.
there. It might take us
Yes.
some time to get there, so we should anticipate, but from a budget perspective, that we will continue at least for a little while to have to.
If our claims costs continue the way they have been in the past year, absolutely.
Okay.
When you go back and ask our employees, right, for their, here's the system that we've baked out, here's what it is, and here's what TRS is, can we get somebody from the state, or I would like to see somebody from TRS actually present on their TRS to see how that impacts the survey results?
What else?
I think that's it.
All
Go-
right.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Trying to look for the page number. So on page 9, which kind of maps to 8, 8 and 9 are kind of similar. Do we know what caused that bump there in the blue, the direct costs, everything just jumping that year, and what adjustments were made?
More claims, higher cost claims, network negotiations that happened with the different carriers. We did see an increase in what was previously allowed to be billed versus what was allowed to be billed in that year. But more than anything, it was a very high increase in the overall utilization of the plan. So more people using it at higher levels, meaning more care that was needed than previous years, as well as more drugs hitting the plan, more pharmaceuticals, coming out at a higher cost. And that's just, we see all too much of that.
When did we change the provider, or who has ever helped them provide our self-funded plan? When was that?
When did you change which provider or?
For the, help me think of the right, I think it might be your position. When did that happen?
So, how long did?
14 years, 15 years? And then we've had several RFPs since then and retained the business.
There you go, okay, and then.
Retained the partnership.
When did we change that? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
A couple years ago.
Yeah, probably 2 years ago.
I think this is the one thing, I'm going to be honest with you, that I've heard from staff. I think it kind of started at the beginning of the year with the whole HSA thing, right? That kind of already put us in a bad momentum with staff in regards to this. And I think around February, I started getting pings, and I'm like, build a survey out. And so for me, I think what I'm really wanting to hear from staff is like, are they really wanting a strong benefits package, or they want to see that in salary? And so I'm trying to hold off thoughts right now until we get that staff feedback, because I feel like, one, I want to just thank you. I feel like that committee has been really, from what I've heard, the structure-wise, people feel like they are heard. People that normally just complain and just it goes into the void are actually filling it out. So for me as a board member, I want to kind of wait and lean in, because that's ultimately who's going to be impacted by the decisions we make. And I know as a parent with, medically fragile child, that medical bill can make or break you. And so I want to hold thoughts and stuff until we get that back. Board members, any other thoughts? Well, if not, you know where to go. All right, next section.
All right, let's move on to compensation. All right, where are we? Here we are. So your topics to consider for this section are: how do we ensure that our total rewards package, which does include pay and benefits, supports and retains our employees, and then again, balancing that employee experience with our long-term financial sustainability. And so when Leander ISD looks at compensation, we look at it from several different objectives. We want to be competitive. We want to be sure that people are paid equitably. They're given credit for their experience that they bring to us, and that we're also aligned with LISD goals and being financial stewards of taxpayer money. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amy Campbell with TASB to talk about our pay system maintenance review.
Thank you. Good evening. Given the late hour, and I know you still have more to deal with, I'm going to go pretty quickly, but certainly leave time for any questions you might have. I'll give you a super quick overview. I always call it Cliff's Notes, and I think it's called something else now. But it shows my age. Last year, when I presented to you, we were doing a full overhaul of your pay systems, and so it was a big change. This year, there are very few changes, and so what I'll talk more about instead is how you're comparing to market. I could talk a little bit about what your peers are doing, and then offer some options for consideration. You're not adopting anything today, but just to let you know kind of where you stand. So as always, we collect your data, we match it to market, and make recommendations for adjustment. Because there was so much change implemented this year, we tried to avoid lots of change moving forward. So any changes to pay structures and job alignment was pretty minimal. The focus would be to get as many people as possible at market competitive pay rates. And it's twofold. One is to get your structures aligned to market so that when you fill vacancies, you're offering competitive ranges to incoming staff, but also get your current continuing people aligned to market as well. All of that costs money, and when you factor in salaries and benefits costs, everyone has limitations. You're not alone. So we're trying to balance, again, giving you recommendations for how to improve pay and structures with financial limitations. So your market districts are the same as last year. You have 12 that you're competing with locally, probably some that you lose people to, but also that you steal people from. We work with about 200 districts each year in compensation planning, and 9 of your 12 peers are districts that we are working with as well. So we do share some insider info about what's going on. And I think, I presented to some of these boards as well. And so I think one big takeaway is that no one, despite what some of your neighbors have come out and approved already, no one is flush with money. And so I think everyone is making strategic choices about where to spend their money. And so again, you'll see that what I'm sharing with you is somewhat austere, but you're not alone in that. I think most of your peers, I presented to your big next door neighbor a few weeks ago, virtually the same models that I'm sharing with you tonight. In addition to those local peers, we wanted to reflect that you are a larger district in the area, and so we're comparing your central admin positions to similarly sized districts across the state. And then also, you're not just competing with school districts, you're competing with other private and public sector organizations. So we factor in third-party data anytime we have access to that data for a job that exists outside of K-12. Teacher demographics, I want to highlight that you have a very experienced teacher staff, more so than your peers typically. And so again, just kudos there. One thing that has scared everyone at most districts the past couple of years is that the experience of newly hired teachers has dropped over the past several years. And so again, you're not alone in that regard, but I wanted to point out that your experience distribution of newly hired teachers is roughly the same this year as it was last year. And for those new teacher hires with 10 or fewer years of experience, it's the exact same percentage as last year. So you've been very consistent there. So this is just a visual representation of teacher pay to market. The turquoise line is your local market median. Again, remember, median is the middle value of all of your peers. And you are pretty much aligned with that throughout. You're in roughly the same position to market as you were last year. Not all that much different. I would draw your attention to the two bottom rows, percent for market and dollar difference for market. You're within $1,000 of market for your structure, and then just over that for your average teacher salary. So again, very competitive. People are not going to depart a job and go to another district for $600 difference. The total compensation comparison, showing that your benefits are competitive, shows that, again, for the most part, you are pretty competitive for teacher pay. Your stipends for teaching assignments are also competitive. You are at or above market for all of those assignment-based stipends for hard-to-fill areas, except for the 2 that you don't pay, and 4 or 5 of your peers are paying secondary math and science. That's an area that's growing, so just something to keep an eye on if that's a consistent challenge. So exempt pay groups, I'll just as a quick summary, the pay group is the job family, so like jobs are grouped together. Employee pay to market is your average pay rate for positions compared to the market median average pay rates. Pay grade midpoint, that's your structure comparison. So I think employee pay to market is how well you're doing for retention purposes, and pay grade midpoint to market would be how well you're doing for recruitment purposes. You'll notice those numbers all hover around 100%, a little bit above, a little bit below. So again, pretty competitive, all things considered. And the same for your non-exempt job groups, although police does have exempt as well. Again, pretty competitive, and your strongest to market for instructional support. But again, pretty close all around. The pay grade minimums to market are shown here because non-exempt jobs, that's really the place you need to be most competitive for your structure. So options, again, probably more austere recommendations than you're accustomed to seeing, but dependent on your pay increase model, either we're recommending you keep your structures as is and don't change them, or make small adjustments that align with whatever pay increase you do adopt. The first cost model would be a 0% GPI, really no across the board pay increase. The second model is a 1% across the board for all job groups. And the third model would be a 1% for all job groups that did not this year or will not next year receive a teacher retention allotment entitlement. That each model also includes additional money that you will get from the state for TRA. I would think of that as pass-through, and so we didn't want to reflect that as a cost that the district would incur. And that's about an additional $883,000. So in short, adjustments, we want to make sure we're applying your placement scales, aligning for teacher pay equity for your professional and admin education groups, and then also making sure people are at least paid at the minimum. So the 0% cost, you'll see there's nothing in that general pay increase column. The adjustments are more significant in areas that are connected to teacher pay, or where you've got placement scales where we've got to keep moving people through the structure. The total increase would be 0.4%. The 1% model is 1% across the board, another 0.4% adjustments, and that rounds to 1.3% budget impact. When we take out the non-TRA increases for teachers, that would mean anyone who has gotten the $2,500 or $5,000 increase would not get a general pay increase in this model, but your 1 and 2 year teachers in 26-27 do not get any TRA money, so this would include a 1% increase for them. And so the overall impact is still less than 1% because teachers represent more than half of your population and I think 60-something% of your total salary cost. Whew. Okay, that was fast. What questions can I answer?
Board members?
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
All right, Sade, kick us off.
Which of these models do you see other districts implementing?
So most districts around Save Your One, out of the gate quick neighbor have not adopted anything yet. They're waiting longer than usual to adopt pay increase models because the financial situation is a little more difficult to navigate this year. I'll say it's recorded and you could go watch it. I presented to Round Rock a few weeks ago and it was a 0-1, I think that was it, model, maybe a step increase thrown in there too. So I would say most districts are either considering next to nothing or very small increase models. I know, that's a disappointing year.
Any other questions for Amy about compensation?
I'm wondering if our questions have to revolve around the budget. Is that board members? All right, we're gonna.
All right.
I knew that was coming. All right, Gina.
We will move on.
I knew this was coming because, yeah, they kind of go hand in hand. I mean, I want to be like, give us all the raises, but.
Right, absolutely. And that's the hard part. And so when we're looking at compensation, and you know, we historically, as a district, at least as long as I have been here, we've tried to have you guys approve the compensation plan within the window of teachers signing their contracts so that they know what to expect for their compensation moving into the next year, which is why it comes at this time. And when we're looking at compensation, we're of course wanting to keep in mind the cost of living for the employees and being competitive with our neighbors, but also keeping in mind the increasing healthcare cost and then our own responsibility to be fiscally responsible. And so that's why Gina is up to help us understand the impact that any of this would have to our budget.
Good evening, board members. So I know you've seen a lot of this information before. This is, for this model right here, this first one, this is including the options that were provided by TASB. So model 1, 2, and 3. So this is all about 26, 27, but looking at what the impact of including that model. I want to remind you, we don't have preliminary estimates yet. So the revenue's not final yet. There are some positions that are being reviewed. Those are not included in here. I've talked about that before, so just keep that in mind as we look at this. This is what you saw back in March when we did the budget workshop at that time, and is definitely still has some tweaks to be made in the next few weeks. If you look at, you'll see the highlighted, the yellow. That's where I've put in the TASB study and then whatever the model is. So the first one is giving like the 0%, but including the TASB study, which is the 1.3 million. And then the second model is in the second column, and then in the far right column you have the one that is for employees without the TRA. The impact based on a 3% budget parameter that was approved by the board in March, or this last April, this last board meeting, is shown in the yellow. So it appears in every model that this, you know, we're doing okay. We're in that 3% parameter, but we're gonna move into showing you we need to look at future years. And I keep saying that. It might be fine now, but it may not be fine later. So, but I also included as a request, if you look down below that, there's kind of a, do I call it salmon? I'm sure. Down below, if we did a Vader, we went out for a Vader and it actually passed, what would be the impact? So that's kind of giving you an idea if we did a Vader, just to give you the two different perspectives. So again.
And that's based on what you think values will come in?
Correct. We're saying, you know, about 6.5 million for a Vader. And again, preliminary estimates, we need final certified before we know exactly how much, but it should be probably 6 to 6.8, but we won't have final numbers until we get certified values. So just, again, these are estimates, and I just want to make sure that we're keeping that in mind so that we're not locking in and thinking that it's absolutely going to be 6.8, because it will change based on the information we receive. So is this, does anybody have any questions about this one?
Well,
so again,
mine just goes like back earlier though. I'm still processing 83% of our budget is going to our staff, and of course, love our staff, people, industry, but it wasn't 83% a few years ago, right? And that's feels like by design almost from legislature of like what you feel is kind of this like crushing, whatever you want to call that pressure. But what do we do? Like, do we continue to try, or do we have a structural issue we need to deal with, right? Are we just putting something off? Are we putting a Band-Aid on something? And we really need to start talking about what that looks like now. And I'm not sure when that conversation takes place, but I'd like to know kind of future out years. And then also TIA, I know, I mean, even as I say it, I'm just telling you, there are things that when I'm saying, I'm like, ooh, not my favorite. But again, given what the legislature's telling us, I do want to know out years, like if TIA comes in, then maybe how we set up the structure, I might feel different. And so those are the things I'm thinking of, just to kind of add context. So I'll keep thinking as you talk. Thank you.
Okay. So this next model, the next 3 slides are going to move into being able to look at out years, which is really, that's why we want to look out years, because we need to see what the impact is. This is model 1, which is again with a 0% increase, but including the TASB adjustments. And you can see that even with this, without a Vader, even with this, we are not within the 3% budget parameter in 27-28, which means we will be looking for ways to get there. And I know that we're talking about revenue generators. None of that's included because I don't have enough information, so it's based on right now. But we do know that there may be some additional revenue. CTE is working on things, so there are things happening. ADA is being an initiative there, so none of that's in here. So it is, if nothing changes, right, and we don't get any more. But it's also not including, it's not including a pay increase in 27-28 either. So just again, keeping that in mind. So then if you look, if we had a Vader again, and if it passed, then we are within the 3% parameter across all years. Again, you're still tapering down by 28-29. We're barely within that. So again, if we don't get some additional funding, this is a legislative year, right, next year. So we probably won't. But it shows you the kind of the trend of it's all school districts. It's not just here, but we are continuing to grow. We're building out a police department. We're opening campuses. Those things have impacts. Personnel, to Trisha's point, it's personnel, right? Just to start a campus is $1.8 million or so, something like that. So we open a campus. The PD continues to grow. So we're still adding staff, but we're not adding revenue because we're not increasing students. So that's, I think you might have a question.
Safe to assume this does not include the infusions that are needed into the fund balance for healthcare, right?
It does not, because I don't know what or if.
Yeah.
We do have some assigned fund balance for the health insurance fund. I mean, that's where we took it from before. I don't know where that's at right now. I'm not sure where it's at. Right, we have assigned or committed. Okay, so $8 million still assigned to health insurance. No, it still impacts your fund balance, but we have had that assigned and committed for several years, just in case something happens. We have kind of carved it out.
Pete, is it possible when this comes back for discussion that we can also have a list of those things to think about of like, it's not including that healthcare, it's not including what, so we can start thinking about really these numbers in context. And I'm not trying to make it harder because I know you're doing amazing stuff over there, and thank you so much. But I just think it's hard to look at it with this, and we'll think, okay, well maybe if we push really hard, we could make this work. It's like, but then this happened, and these positions came in, and this campus opened up, and these numbers are now off to the races. So.
And I do have, of course, anything that I know we're doing, building the police department and building that out, opening a campus, all of those costs are in there. And I projected out staffing based on the projections that we have this year. And once you get that far out, it's a crystal ball, but I'm using what I have. So I'm building in everything that we can. I don't want to build in anything that I don't, again, infusion of funds, but I'm also not building in revenue we may be increasing. So there's lots of things at play there. I'm trying to go with the things that I'm most comfortable with and confident in, if that makes sense. Okay. Are you wanting to say something?
I was just going to say, we'll need to have further discussion, as I know you mentioned bringing monies in. We have $8 million still set aside. We had $10 million assigned for fund balance. We took 2 out of that for health insurance. And we have a more philosophical question of, are we going to I mean, that money was originally sent there not to be transferred in. It was there just in case you needed it, in case you had a really bad year, which is what we've had, but it's not, the intent was never, or going forward, the intent was not to continue to subsidize the health insurance fund. And so that's where where Adam and his team are at right now in revamping these plans. We're almost at 50% participation with Frontier, and that was a big piece. It took a while to get those savings going, but now we're making headway there, and then we'll make further headway as was mentioned earlier in that presentation with HMOs and other things of that nature and other things we come up with. So just a matter of, we have that $8 million, it's part of the fund balance, but it's really there just when you have a really bad
It's an
year or
emergency.
a cash flow like we did this past time, but it's not really meant there to say, hey, we're gonna set aside money in the budget every year to continue to subsidize the health insurance fund. So it's a tough place, and how do we get there? And it's transitioning, we're transitioning.
So I have a question regarding, I guess it's going to be the same on each slide. So the TRA from the state, does it start 26, 27, and then 27, 28, or is it 25, 26, and
25, 26 is
and
whenever the TRA started. And
20
about 13 million is what we received for our teachers, and then we will add. I think I think I had in there around 780. I think we were a little bit different on our numbers, but it was very close. And it's an in and out, so it's revenue and
Sure. So that's 25, 26, and then 26, 27. But then you have 28, 29 here. And the expense for payroll, does that include like this? Is the TRA is not an increase in salary, it's just a cash infusion, or is it a salary increase?
well, it's a salary increase
Yes.
for teachers, but
Correct.
we're receiving that funding as revenue, and then it's just an offset.
But then in 28, 29, which you have, or even 27, 28, and 28, 29, we're still on the hook for that salary increase. So do you have that modeled in here, that salary increase, even though the revenue is not there? So it's not going to, because there's no indication, I mean, it's something that they'll have to do in a legislative session if they're going to give us anything.
So as of right now, the legislature has put that in statute that we would continue getting it beyond this 2-year. It would only be if the legislature did something different to change that we would no longer get it.
And I do see that 5 million decrease in payroll existing positions between 26, 27, and 27, 28. Are we anticipating some change in a reduction in payroll?
Oh, it's due to the reductions that we're doing this year. So, that's carried forward. So we've done about 12 million in reductions and it impacts the future. So that's taking that into account. It starts with the total the next year.
Okay, thanks.
And so this slide here, this one moves into Model 2, which is the 1% all across the board for staff. And you can see with this model, without a VADR, we would really be looking at some significant reductions again in 27, 28. So, and again, that's just due to, we're losing funding next year. I mean, we're due to lower enrollment, and we've talked about that at the budget workshop. And so the funding is going down, but again, we're adding things that we have to add in the budget. So and if you added an increase, then you're increasing your recurring costs, but we're not increasing revenue, we're actually decreasing it. So we have an issue. Now, again, if you go out for the VADR and it passes, we would be within the 3% budget parameter, but by 28, 29, we would not again. This is the last model, which is the 1% for employees that are not eligible for the TRA. And again, providing an increase in 26, 27 has an impact on 27, 28, even at this level. So if you, especially without a VADR, if you don't have the VADR or it doesn't pass, then you will be making reductions most likely, unless we find some hefty revenue generators, and it's possible. You would be looking at reductions again over $4 million. If the Vader passes, you're okay again in 27, 28, and you're really okay in 28, 29. That's a pretty insignificant. We could locate that. But that's kind of it is the outlook. It's just a reality. And so I want to talk about the Vader a little bit, right? I just want to put, I know we've said 6.5 million, but we are still evaluating. We're waiting for the property values. We want to make sure that we do give you good information. Initial modeling we've been doing had been at 3% growth. We're not sure that we're even going to have the 3%. We're waiting for WCAD. We still haven't heard from them. We really thought we would get preliminary estimates by now, but we haven't. So they're running behind, and I don't know when we're going to get them. So we're kind of waiting on that information to really give you better information. Again, those are preliminary estimates. The real values don't come in until July, and those are that's what we really need in the MCR before we can give you good detail on what the revenue might be from those 3 copper pennies. So I just wanted you to make sure we keep that in mind. And of course, we're still evaluating all of these hold harmless that we have. That keeps rearing its ugly head with TEA and their methodology. And so we're still paying attention to that and making sure. I've mentioned Becky before. She does a fabulous job, but she's been running 2 and 3 templates, making sure, are they aligned? If they're not, she's reaching out. She's talking to people. So I know she has a really good handle on it, but there's just so much movement right now. It is, we're waiting for all of that to settle down and make sure that we give you good, really good information. We're giving you the best that we have.
Can I just say too, as I'm thinking about this, just to make sure we're on the same page of what I'm noodling is, this doesn't include all the healthcare benefits that we talked about. And I know that's hard to estimate, but to me, that's kind of more potential than revenue. Like I see there's more potential for expenses than there are for revenue coming in. And so a Vader might not even be able to help with the employee if you've got to do the healthcare benefits. I also wonder, depending upon maintenance, again, we move that out of M&O. If we need to do some maintenance issues because we don't have the bond funding, we don't have the capacity, it would have to come from M&O. So they're like, well, then a Vader might, cover part of that. Again, I just see there's a whole lot of needs for funding competing right now. And so I'm trying to think about, I get it, there's some thoughts of revenues, but I'm going with the way you've trained us, which is that we're gonna be more conservative on the estimate coming in and expecting more of those expenses. And if all those expenses come in, I'm curious, like, as a board, like, what is our commitment and how we're gonna balance and how we're gonna, what's gonna be our commitment level to this? And so if y'all have any insight too, as we move forward in discussion, are things to think about, because it seems like there's gonna be a whole lot of stuff that will be competing if that happened, or for any of the remaining funds we find or that we get out of revenue.
And I think it is appropriate to be really cautious right now. And that's what being strategic about how we move forward. We do need some additional revenue, and the Vader is really our only option. I mean, to generate additional revenue, to bring revenue into the district. I think, and we're doing the ADA, the attendance initiative, and we are seeing movement there. So it's very encouraging, and we've got some goals set there. So we are looking at that, and open enrollment just started, and we're making goals there. So I feel like there will be something from that, but I'm also cautious because if the enrollment doesn't come in, again, I'm trying to be cautious so that we can offset that if we have to. If we don't, then it just means we're bringing in more revenue, which is great. But yeah, getting the cart before the horse at this point where we're at, it would be a really dangerous situation for the district to get into because we don't have a lot of other options and we don't want to dip into our fund balance over and over again. So it is taking that into consideration and proceeding with caution. I think there's things that we can do for the employees. I mean, we've got the 3% parameter. We're seeing those savings. I mean, we're on track for that. So I'm still pretty confident in that. I'm very confident in that. I'm not gonna say pretty. I'm confident in that. And that will give us some options if we wanted to do a one-time or some things of that nature instead, to see if we decide to do a Vader and it does pass, then it gives you in out years maybe some more flexibility to do more, but knowing that you have the funds. So is that? Yeah, this next slide was just, I'm sorry, this is just dates, and y'all have seen this before, but I wanted to reiterate kind of the dates. The selection of the auditor for the efficiency audit is the first step in what we would have to do, and we are considering bringing that to the board to decide whether or not, at least we want to go ahead and do it. It doesn't mean we have to move forward, but we've taken the first step when we have that in place, so we don't miss timing-wise getting that done.
And board members, I just want, in your package is a copy of board meetings for the beginning of the next school year, and you'll notice in August 17th, that is a Monday. Just wanted to point that out, but all of that's in your package.
All right, so at the next board meeting on May 7th, we are considering bringing forward the recommendation of a 0% across the board compensation increase with the adjustments recommended by TASB, as well as a recommendation for authorizing the superintendent to approve a one-time lump sum incentive payment not to exceed $1,000 per full-time employee or $500 per part-time employee based on the guidelines set forth in the compensation plan. And with that, are there any additional questions or discussion?
Can you go back to that recommendation slide and just walk through why, how we arrived
Sure.
at this recommendation?
Of course. So, of course we want to do whatever we can for our employees, but we also have to keep that financial sustainability in mind. And so our thought was with not doing an increase right now, but giving the superintendent the ability to do a one-time payment. If we were able to look at the revenue that we get a little bit later, that our employees would still benefit financially from a lump sum payment if that was something that, based on our additional revenue, whether it's a Vader or other information that we gather in the next several months, that would be something that they could still benefit from. Gina, did you want to add anything to that?
No, again, proceeding with caution is the best way, and this does provide some flexibility. Like, we did the 3% parameter because history shows we can, but it doesn't mean we want to use all of that. I mean, we want to keep that there so that if we have low enrollment or we can give a one-time, we have that capability to do it. It's still a lot for a lot of employees, especially your auxiliary and some of your non-exempt. This actually would be a really nice payment for them. So I know that maybe higher employees it's not, but this one time is actually pretty beneficial to a lot of the employees in the district that haven't gotten an increase. So it's not like they wouldn't benefit from that, and it would be a good statement, for them. I mean, caring.
And by that time also, we'll have a better idea of the benefits and the costs that will be. And so we'll just have a lot more information to be sure we're making informed decisions that are financially responsible, but also supporting our employees.
Is this a more fiscally responsible, long-term way to give some more money to our employees next year? They like the lump sum. Of course, we would prefer to give a raise that is built in from here on out. But we see the 3-year projections. So to me, what I'm hearing you say, I just want to make sure I'm right, is that this is a way to give them money without committing for 3 years when there are so many factors that are still up in the air. The Vader may not pass. We may not even go for a Vader. We don't know.
Correct.
If we do this, it gives us time to see what does happen. I know nobody has faith that the legislation is going to give us money, but at least we'll get an idea of what what may cost us more money that comes out of that legislative session.
Correct.
So we can plan better there too. Is that a good-
Correct, and we're still doing the initiative with ADA. If we're seeing that increase, we'll have that. If we do the open enrollment, if our students come in or it's higher, I mean, there are all kinds of things that can happen. We're trying to be conservative, so we may be in a better position. I don't want to be all doom and gloom because there's lots of things that are going on in the district that are going really well, and we're seeing things trend in the right direction. And if that continues, we will have an increase in revenue. And then, you know, we know we can move forward. We'll know so much more about that to make the best decision for the district long term. And it sets you up for success and more flexibility in future years to give an increase and know that you can sustain it.
Oh, would there be some additional detail on this lump sum? Is it going to be for every employee or those that are not getting TRA, and the actual cost of the entire package? Will there be some additional information about that?
I think, if my understanding is that Rachel would write it in to where you would have the option to give it to all employees up to the $1,000, and then if part-time, it would be up to the $500. The way that it's written here, and I think that's the way that's going to be written into the plan.
And did you have the estimated cost?
Yeah, what's 1,000 for every employee cost?
What is it?
It's about $5.5 million for the 1,000. Yeah, and just to piggyback what Gina has mentioned, you know, the key is just to put us in a situation where we're not painted ourselves in a corner. We have as many options. You know, granted, school districts at this time don't have a lot of options, but we definitely want to have as many options as we can going into the 27-28 year. Like I said, if the Vader passes and we have one and it passes, and we have that monies. We've only done a one-time payment. We haven't committed anything, and we can sit down and look at what happens in the 90th legislative session. Not looking for a lot of a significant amount of money, particularly in the basic allotment. They may give it in carrots and allotments and stuff, and whatever we adjust, and we'll take those monies. But it puts us in the best situation going forward to make the most strategic decision to help our employees, but at the same time still ensure that we have as long-term, you know, fiscal responsibility as much as possible. Because there's a lot of districts that, I mean, we've gone through some processes in the last 2 years. I think we've reduced $28 million, and it wasn't fun, it wasn't pretty. But I think there's districts out there that are even hurting more than we are, a lot more than we are.
And you know, I'm gonna say it was positive. Like I've met with CTE, that team, the last couple of days, and they have some really great ideas. And there's there's lots of potential here. None of that's in there either. So I'm, you know, because it's not happening, but they're talking about some really great things, and it's good for students. It's not just about the revenue. So there are positive things going on. I know that this is not what anybody wants, but it is being strategic for the best purpose, for long term. I mean, it's just, you know, sometimes it's hard decisions.
Hard times cause you to think differently and innovate, and it's painful, but it can be beneficial for an organization. I think we're just thinking through systems differently. We are sitting down tomorrow, I believe, to start talking about long-term strategy. You know, like we're not even finished with developing 26, 27, but we're already thinking about 27, 28, 28, 29. What's our strategy gonna be there?
We have to start thinking long-term and starting things now so that we're implementing them as we go and not trying to catch up. So we're definitely, people are doing lots of good work too.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that's clear.
So I know that pay increases would compound over time and so we'll be on the hook for it for several years or forever. And so, but when you look at the cost of this 1,000 lump sum versus maybe one of the other models, it seems like this one has a much larger outlay for this 1 year versus some of the other models might take 2 or 3 years before, maybe 2 years before they catch up, but then it continues because that increase is baked in.
Yeah, just clarify that it says up to $1,000. We haven't, that amount would be brought to the board at a later time. But at the end, it is a one-time piece, a one-time payment. Whereas even a 1% or 2% may be half that, but you're locked in. Whereas this is one time, based on, it's kind of weird, not weird, but school districts, you really, each year is its own little year. I mean, it's its own little, that accounting period, that auditing year. Whatever happens in one year doesn't really mean anything about the next year unless it's payroll. So this is a one-time payment. And the amount could be determined. It's up to 1,000 and then 500. So it could be 750, it could be 600, it could be whatever amount that we would have better information and better data to bring that to you. But even if the amount is a little higher than maybe what a 1% raise was, you're not recurring, you haven't locked yourself in. And by the employees not getting it throughout the year, probably getting a little bit more, it does help with that a little bit. I mean, it tries to offset that, but just trying to do the best with the options that we have and still try to think, 1, 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years out. It's not ideal, but it's where we are. But given all the variables and the scenarios of where we're at, we feel this is the best path forward. We're still taking care of our employees to the best of our ability and not having to do any more, hopefully more drastic cuts or reductions. But still put ourselves in a situation that next year we can go in with hopefully a wider variety of options going forward to help correct some of the things that we know that we need to do in our pay system and other systems. But it's just, if we do, even if it is a less amount, we do it, then next year, that's off the table. And if something does happen, the 90th legislature hurts us or harms us, then it's that much more reductions you have to do. So again, it's all about just not painting yourself in that corner and being in a position where you have as much flexibility as you possibly can to make to go forward. And like I said, we may not be right where we want to be this year with some of the thing, but hopefully in a year when every other district might be doing some stuff this year and they're really tight next year, and we're in a position we played it smart and we played the delay game, if you will. We played money ball, if you will, but we're able to come back and do something better. But it's not guaranteed, but I think it puts us in the best situation to do something because we know what we want to do. It's just a matter of getting ourselves in the right position financially. We know if the Vader passes, if that passes, that puts more options on the table for us.
It just seems like in the last few years, we've done these one-time payments, maybe almost like every other year or something like that, and sometimes in addition to a pay.
I think it's the first year since I've been here that we haven't done one.
Exactly, or every year. And so, even though we say the pay increase is cumulative over time, it seems like this is bigger than it so far. It seems to be on an annual basis, seems to be bigger than a pay increase. But even though it gives us that flexibility, but in actuality, we're actually still covering more.
Yeah, and we're able to make that decision, November-ish, where we know, hey, how many students showed up that year? Are we up 500? Are we down 400? Are we right at what we budgeted? Then we know if we're right at where we budgeted, then we know the other areas of our budget that we have built in contingencies, then we can use those for that, and instead of having to be eaten up by 400 less kids showing up. So by waiting till then, whereas if you do a raise, you have to make that decision in June, you have to have that, and it's in effect, and then all of a sudden 400 kids less show up than you budgeted. Now you've got yourselves in that corner, and it's not a fun place to be in. And we've been there the last 2, 3, 4 years on enrollment. So again, my first choice would probably never be the one-time payment. It's not but given the situation that we're in right now, the one-time payment puts us in a position where we can have those discussions about what that amount is with a lot more variables known so that we can make that decision. And like I said, it's a one-year piece, and you can take that money. It's not recurring. You have that plus whatever the next session takes. And even by then, we still will not know anything on special ed funding. We won't know that until September of 27. And so 27 and 28 budget will already be adopted. But then anything else happens, we have that, we can go forward. The Vader passes, we have that we can take that and put together a more comprehensive, plan that involves compensation, health benefits, et cetera, et cetera.
All right. Well, thank y'all. I know this has been a process, but I just appreciate, I feel like in years past, these two departments in regards to this topic have been siloed, it feels like, and I feel like are being very intentional about getting us prepared for 3 years out. So we're not making all these cuts and then we give a raise and then we go cut more positions. And so just thank you, because you're right, Pete. Like, I feel like y'all are setting us up to be better prepared in the next 3 years, and we're not going to find ourselves like some of these surrounding districts, putting ourselves in a corner trying to figure out where we can get money that doesn't exist. So thank y'all for putting this together and continue working. Board members, I know you're gonna have questions. I know this is a hard topic. This is not ideal. We wanna give our staff everything we can, but unfortunately the legislators have kind of tied our hands here. So with that said, if you have any questions, please get with one of these people, but CC Chris on your questions to your email. Thank y'all. All right, board members, we're now going to go to 7C2, discussion of Senate Bill 547, school bus seatbelts. Speaking of the legislators and unfunded mandates. All right, whenever Dwayne and Jeremy are ready, y'all take it away on this fantastic unfunded mandate. Sorry.
So yes, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Clark, kind of glad we didn't have to say good morning. We just squeezed this one in. So again, joined by Dwayne Street, and he's going to kind of lead us through a presentation on Senate Bill 546, which regards school bus seat belts. And we want to give an overview of what that Senate bill involves and some of the required steps that are involved in that. And so Dwayne's kind of got run through that. Take your questions. No action, nothing you have to do tonight. But depending on what direction we go from here, there could be some potential action at the next board meeting. But tonight is for context and some of the required steps to the Senate bill.
Thank you, Jeremy. Good evening. We want to walk through Senate Bill 546. Excuse me. Yep. And so the purpose of the presentation is to provide the Board of Trustees with an overview of SB 546 and required reporting. We want to start with the legal overview of the bill. The bill took effect on September 1st, 2025. The law requires all school buses in the state to have 3-point seat belts. That includes every passenger as well as operator. All school districts must be fully compliant by September 1st of 2029. So before May 29th, there are certain things that we need the Board of Trustees to accomplish. We're starting with number 1, hear a public report on seatbelt requirements and associated costs / financial feasibility. Make a formal determination on whether the district's general fund budget can comply. And then number 3 is take action at the May 7th, 2026 board meeting if the district's general fund budget does not allow for compliance. So those are the steps that we need to follow before we get to May 29th.
If I could highlight one thing, Dwayne, there's something to look at here that this typically doesn't happen. And usually when there's mandates like this, they say you must do this by this date and it's unfunded and everything else. So with this May 29th date, what's going to happen is they're going to gather information from school districts and then make a determination if there's any associated funding that could come in the future. So typically they don't do that. So that is one thing I wanted to carve out here that could benefit districts. I can probably guarantee it won't be fully funded, but there may be some associated funding that could come through TEA and a TAA later on. So I just wanted to pull that out. It's kind of a unique bill that came out of the legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Trimble. So the current district overview for our state, transportation has a fleet of 318 school buses. In 2017, SB 693 required all newly purchased buses after model year 2018 or later to be equipped with 3-point seat belts. The district currently has 79 general education buses and 27 special education buses, manufactured between '07 and 2018, which are not equipped with three-point seatbelts. But it's important to note that all of our daily route school buses have three-point seatbelts, and that none of our buses that don't are being deployed on those routes. We also follow a standard 15-year replacement cycle for all of our buses. So, and then this is just a more detailed view of what we just discussed. We have to clearly lay this out based on SB 546. The number of buses operated by the district that are not equipped with seatbelts, 79. Are equipped with two-point seatbelts, 27 special education buses. So that gives us a remaining 212 buses that are equipped with three-point seatbelts out of a universe of 318. So these are some potential compliance options. Option number one, retrofit 79 general education buses and 27 special education buses at a cost roughly of $30,000 to $45,000 each bus. This will come to a value of $4.2 million. The item in red is one that you will see again. District bus manufacturer will not warranty a retrofit. This excludes retrofit as an option for LISD. Option two, purchase new 79 general education and 27 special education buses before September 1st of 2029 to replace those that would not be in compliance. The cost estimate here is $18 million. This will provide a longer runway for full compliance and allow for a more staggered replacement cycle. And this next slide with the arrows is to amplify the portion in red again. Yeah. Funding strategy and future considerations. Utilize general fund budget 199. Board required to determine whether or not the district's general fund budget can permit compliance. Would require additional expenditure reductions and/or allocation from fund balance. Future considerations include for consideration through the Citizens Facility Advisory Committee, CFAC, process for potential future bond, or utilize active bond savings.
So this is the one thing that is required as a board. We have to determine, as a district really, but as a board, determine can the general fund support this? And we just saw some updates of the struggles and challenges and constraints that we have. And so with that, if you did make that happen, then it would require significant reductions to make that happen. So that's the determination, what we want to do. We try to put ourselves in your chair to say, okay, well, what are some other ways? That's what's required by TEA, but what are some other potential strategies in the future that we could get into compliance?
And so once again, the required steps here: public report on seatbelt requirements and associated costs, make a formal determination on whether the district's general fund budget can comply, and the third one, take action at the May 7th, 2026 board meeting if the district's general fund budget does not allow for compliance. And then we have to submit a report to TEA prior to May 29th. And with that, we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Board members?
So regarding page 7, it's the same, what you have in red on page 7 and 8, the exclusion of the retrofit as an option. So I just need an explanation of that. District bus manufacturer will not warranty a retrofit. Does it have anything to do with the entire bus or just the seatbelt portion and any liability that can stem from that? How about the manufacturer of the seatbelt itself and what kind of warranties they provide? So I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, I can take that real quick and do my best when you can add to it. And so what happens is all of these buses have to meet federal motor vehicle safety standards. They develop them that way. And so if anything has changed on that bus, that manufacturer gets out of the picture. I'm not saying that it voids the warranty on the engine, right? and so it's really the components. How those seats work from a structural standpoint is any force to that bus, if there was an accident, is carried through the seatbelt to the seat, down to the floor, to the structure. So you have to start with a retrofit. the floor. You have to replace the floor and the seat and frame and everything else. And so you're changing how that worked from the manufactured standard. And so while retrofit company would have warranties associated with the work that they do, just understand if something was to happen, then a lot of that risk and liability comes back to the district. Even though the retrofit company would have a warranty on their work, there's still a modification made to that vehicle, and it's not standard, and it doesn't necessarily meet the manufacturer's design of that bus. So buses are built compartmentalized. And so that's the safest thing about buses beyond seatbelts is they're compartmentalized and they're designed in a certain way to reduce the risk of injuries in case of an accident. And so that's something just really important just to understand is beyond a warranty, a lot of times it involves the risk. And this comes especially from Bluebird is the main manufacturer of the buses that we run. And that's because Bluebird was the only manufacturer of propane school buses for an extraordinary amount of time. Now we have a couple other vendors coming into place. So that's why it really impacts our district. We do have some international buses manufacturer, which is our diesel buses. But it goes to the same concept back in the other Bill 693. When new buses had to have seatbelts, they're like, okay, well, which route doesn't get a seatbelt? That's not what we wanted to do, so that's why we shuffled everything around and made sure that the buses with seatbelts were on routes. Those that don't have seatbelts are typically used for field trips and after-school activities and things like that. So it's very similar that you don't want to necessarily apply two different rules to different areas of the district.
Since every other district's going to be dealing with this, right? Do we anticipate delays in getting these buses? Like, because that was some conversations I've heard with other trustees is the supply chain estimate times and like, what are we, I just went and looked, like Georgetown has got to get, I mean, everyone's got to get new buses. What does the timeline look? Do we anticipate any kind of delay?
So one thing that I think of in my head is that we are primarily propane. And so that could be an advantage. There's not a lot of school districts that run as many propane buses as we do. And so that may help us to some degree, but I can't guarantee there won't be a delay. And I think that's what could be a challenge with any plan forward in trying to meet this requirement. And because we would want to roll it out and phase it in throughout over the next 2.5 years. Instead of ordering them all at the same time, because guess what? Then they hit that replacement cycle at the same time as well.
Do we know how many of the buses that need the 3-point seatbelt would reach their 15-year replacement cycle before 2029?
That's information we do not currently have, but we can get that to you.
This is my best guess because I wrote down some numbers. So if I look at, like, say from a bond, right? So as we review this type of project through the CFAC and trying to get like out to 2029, that's going to get, we have some buses from 2007, 2009, and 2014. Those models would be included. So if we included those, it would be about 34 general ed buses would be within the 15-year replacement cycle and 14 special education buses. So there's still a significant number of buses that were, buses that would be replaced prior to their 15-year replacement cycle.
I think just the one thing is, the legislative committee will be keeping in touch. Again, this is another bill that came to us with no funding attached, and we're having to figure out on the fly. And so this is something the legislative committee is really trying to keep track of and make sure when we go talk to our lawmakers, they understand the impact that the bills that they're passing have on us. So we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank y'all so much. I know this is not an easy presentation. Appreciate y'all. All right, board members. Oh my goodness. We're now on the consent agenda item. Do we have any motions related to consent agenda items?
Madam President, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion from Trish, a second from Laura. All in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. All right, now we're gonna head to the superintendent's report. Sorry, we're gonna make y'all wait.
Feel free to clap as I work through my slides. All right, it's been an exciting time in Leander ISD, but I wanted to start off. We're running out of time on this, but I just wanted to point this opportunity out to everybody that you can make a donation to LEAF, but also recognize a teacher at the same time. So there's a tiny URL and a QR code. If you want to scan that and make a donation and recognize a teacher for Teacher Appreciation Week, you can upload videos, all kinds of stuff. We had, look at that, that's Leander ISD's most wanted right there. So we had a great time at the National School Board Association Conference, learned a lot that has even informed some of our work tonight. So it was definitely a great time. We also worked a little bit while we were there and presented on some of the legislative adventures that have been a part of this board. So we had, I got some notes on this one. I got to make sure I get the names right. We had from a teacher at Cedar Park High School, that is the yearbook. Anthony Garcia, yes. So he's the broadcast yearbook and newspaper advisor, and so he sent us this information. All three of those programs, broadcast, newspaper, and yearbook, earned the Award of Distinguished Merit, which is the highest rating given by the association, judged by experienced advisors from the top programs across the state. So a huge shout out to these students as well as their teachers and the administrators that support them. Our kids continue to achieve. Of course, we can't talk enough about the Live celebration. You see that wonderful picture of Paige Collier there. And then some of the board members that were there present that day as well. I just wanted to talk about these two young men right here. So these guys were amazing, honestly, and I've got their names. Gavin is the one on the right, and on the Gavin Williams, I believe he was from Vandergrift High School, and Luke Martinez is the one on the left. Paige, do you know which high school he was from? 18 plus, that's right. These two young men inspired me for sure, but I think everybody in that room, and there were probably 300, 200, 300 people in there, but they did it in such a touching way, and then had us laughing so hard at the same time. They just mixed humor and life experience into their stories and talked about their realization of having disabilities, being diagnosed with autism, some of those experiences that we just don't get to hear that perspective from a kid. I don't know, it's so touching. I've told hundreds of people about this. It was changed me a lot that day. We had a great tour of the Fabian School for Early Childhood. Some of you were there. If you were not able to do that, I'm sure we'll be able to have another opportunity, but it is really coming together. It was a beautiful facility. Okay, so I went to my first Valor Day at Vandergrift High School. I didn't get to go to the breakfast, but it was a great experience. I'll tell you what was the most impressive. Well, I won't say this is the most impressive. One of the very impressive things that occurred to me, and one of the speakers pointed it out, that's how I noticed it. There were maybe 300 kids in the gym at that time. Not one of them got on their phone the entire time that I could see. They were paying attention to these speakers, and they were so dialed into the message. I was very inspired by the stories, the discussions around Matthew Vandergrift, the namesake of the school. That is Matthew's mom on the right picture, but on the left, and then in the center is his brother. And then the picture on the left is Coach Sanders' daughter. Her name slips my mind, Sadie. She is a senior, and she was a recipient of the Valor Award and spoke that day and did an excellent job. It was a very, very, very well put together event. Another great event, went to Cap Metro downtown on the east side of Austin. We have Danielson Middle School students who have a bus that will drive locally in the city of Leander. that is wrapped with their artwork, and you see some pictures of it there. I even got to talk. I did a pretty good job. It was fun. But there you see the picture of the students in front of the actual bus that has their artwork on it, and they were great. The two art teachers have their names. Yeah. Katie Stewart's the principal there, and Travis Ballantyne and Katie Head are the two teachers that were there. And we appreciate all the hard work that they put into making this come to life for these students. Another exciting event was the Honda Superstar Cool Car Giveaway. I have a really hard time saying that for some reason. Honda of Leander does this, and it is so amazing that we give a car, a brand new car, for free, no tag, taxes, anything, to a senior. There were so many kids. I got to talk again. People keep handing me microphones and taking my picture. It's great. So you can see on the right, there were several students that won something that day. AirPods. They were just excited about those AirPods as they were about that car. It was impressive to me. Wonderful young people. It was just great to see them. What was interesting is they were so quiet. I would have thought they would have been like high energy, waiting to find out who won, but you could have heard a pin drop in there. This young man, Colton Wells is his name, from Rouse High School. Colton, I think it's Wells or Weeks, I believe. Yes. So he was really neat kid. He was in shock. His dad, because he was very quiet when he won, and I told his dad, I was like, he's super quiet. He said, I think he's in shock. Didn't know what to say, but he was definitely very appreciative, and so really, really nice young man. So we're glad that he was able to have that car. So we have two pipelines of administrators of leadership development in our system. One is the Inspiring Administrators Academy. AAA. I think we might have the naming off on this a little bit. This picture is actually our assistant principals, aspiring assistant principals. Paul Johnson facilitates that with Brian Miller and several of the APs. Paula also helps. So this was the day that they kind of graduated. I don't know if that's the term we use. That's when they completed. 4 of them had already gotten a job as an assistant principal, if I remember correctly. Is that right, Paul? Yes. All right. Next, we have our P3 prospective principal. We did have the right names on there. I'm sorry. Same program, but for assistant principals looking to be a principal. And so Kristen Alex, with the help of Chris Simpson, you can see Steve, some of our principals that help facilitate this. Great event where we get to celebrate these folks seeking out leadership development. Want to just point out that we had our pre-K registration fair. Have some information on that really quickly. I know we had 40 families that were given individual help, one-on-one support as they registered. 37 families were able to go ahead and get their language testing. You know, that's one of the major qualifiers in Leander ISD for students to be in pre-K. And it's a lengthy process, so it's good to get that knocked out while they are right there. You can still register. Says pre-K, but any new student, leanderisd.org/new student registration, and start getting enrolled. Then the last thing I wanted to talk about, this was mentioned earlier. This is an attendance challenge that we have going into the last several weeks of the school year, which is when we see attendance tend to drop off. And so the schools have been organized in groups with similar demographic makeup, I believe. Is that accurate? Or attendance percentages, yes, sorry. So that there's somewhat of an equal playing field, so that we don't have schools competing against that have lower attendance percentages and super high ones. And so it kind of gives everybody some skin in the game and just incentivizing being here. I know a lot of our high schools are doing some things to make sure kids are here right up till the very last day with creative use of finals and different programs that they're doing. So making every effort we can at all levels. I mentioned high school, but it's all levels that are doing some of this work. not necessarily final in the traditionals. They're all doing it a little bit differently. Can be projects and presentations and stuff. So a lot of great things. So I'm open to any questions. It's been an exciting 2 weeks.
I love all the celebrations.
Yeah.
So thank you. All right. No questions. If y'all know where he's at, if y'all have
You
questions.
can ask questions, but Gina's going to give you the stink
Gina.
eye when you do it.
I'm not going to do this too. We have another topic, but I'm going to bring y'all up, and then we'll do the other one. All right, we're going to go to 7C3, discussion of the 2025-2026 budget projections.
I can make this pretty quick. We're headed in the right direction. We're still going in the right directions. We are seeing savings, and just to make sure you do know what we were talking about earlier, the health insurance. I do have additional funds in this, so that is included in here because I was concerned that we might need that this year. So it's here if that happens. If it doesn't, then that just means additional savings, and so that is reflected in this. So there's not much new. We're heading the right trajectory.
And we're done with our reductions for this year. There's not going to be another slew of reductions coming.
No,
Okay.
there will not. Y'all have any other questions? Not? You can.
All right, board members, again, if you have questions, you know where to go. Make sure you CC Dr. Clark on it. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. All right, our final agenda item of the night. Woohoo! 7A1, discussion of the 2026-2027 instructional materials update, K-3 phonics, and K-5 math. I can't even talk. Are y'all? This is discussion on my thing. Look at Cindy trying to make more work. I'm gonna have to get on to her. Oh my God, this is amazing, y'all. I'm like, why aren't you moving, Lauren? All right, well, guess what? We are all done. It is 12:06. Y'all stop. All right, it's 12:07 a.m. and having no further business, this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned. Look, she had it right there.